Section 1 of The Shipwreck, a poem by William Falconer, with Life by Robert Carruthers. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Phil Schempf. The Shipwreck by William Falconer. Memoir of Falconer, Part 1 by Robert Carruthers. That genius will vindicate its celestial origin and burst through all obstructions is an axiom illustrated by many splendid and interesting examples. The energies of an original creative mind and bold imagination can never be wholly repressed or obscured by circumstances. The cloud that carries the electric fire conceals it but for a time, and its manifestations appear all the brighter from the previous gloom. In the list of eminent self-taught men who have shed luster on our imaginative literature, a high rank must be assigned to the poet of the shipwreck. No distinguished author ever rose from a lower level, or had to contend with more depressing difficulties. His early years were doomed to hardship, disappointment, and misery, and his situation as a common seaman, a ship-boy on the high and giddy mast, precluded nearly all opportunities of literary study or advancement, until after long years of severe and irksome toil. In this respect he stands alone in our annals. Burns, Gifford, Bloomfield, or Hogg had no such hard ascent to climb. The shepherd on his hill and the rustic at his plough have each a certain range of natural freedom and chances of intellectual companionship and enjoyment. The mechanic also has his hours of leisure and access to books. None of them are debarred the supreme luxury and elevating influences of Sabbath rest, summer walks, and female society. But the young apprenticed seaman is restricted to one set of associates, often men coarse, ignorant, and boisterous, and is chained to a round of duties and dangers, too frequently enforced with all the tyranny or caprice of arbitrary power, from which there is little intermission and no escape. A love of adventure, or of passionate desire to visit foreign countries, may sometimes soften the picture and veil its harsher features. But in the case of Falconer, there appears to have been no such alluring medium. He entered with strong reluctance on his profession of a sailor, and was only forced into it by utter helplessness and destitution. No other outlet seemed attainable. Every gate of hope was shut against him. He therefore submitted, forlorn of heart, as he tells us, to the severe decree, and embarked on that faithless and stormy element, from which he was destined ultimately to reap his poetical fame, and in which he found a sad and premature grave. William Falconer was born in Edinburgh on the 11th of February, 1732. In the parish register, his father, who was also named William, is designated a wig-maker. In other accounts he is termed a poor barber. He was probably both at different periods of his life. But at this time the wig-makers formed a class of respectable burgesses in the Scottish capital. The maiden name of the poet's mother was Agnes Shand, and she was remembered as a careful and exemplary matron, intelligent, industrious, and affectionate. The elder Falconer carried on business in that ancient quarter of the town known as the Netherbow, where stood the once famous port or gate condemned to destruction by the government of George II, in petty and ludicrous resentment of the Porteous mob of 1736, but which flourished long afterwards with its towers, battlements, and spire. This antique structure extended right across High Street, dividing the most picturesque of city thoroughfares from the privileged and historical district of the Canongate. Shops and houses with wooden fronts and forestairs were clustered round the port, and in one of these dwelt William Falconer, a citizen remarkable for his humour and eccentricity, who has been compared to Partridge in Tom Jones, and who, like that learned and witty tonsor, was somewhat unthrifty and unfortunate. Pity it is that the jest and tale which gladden these little coteries do not always carry prosperity with their sunshine. The merriest man in the Netherbow was one of the most unlucky of its tradesmen. William Falconer became insolvent, and the wig-making establishment was given up. His friends then came to his assistance, and he was enabled to begin business as a grocer. The shop was chiefly superintended by his wife, and on the death of this prudent and excellent partner, the affairs of the old man again became deranged. Recovery was hopeless, and the latter days of William Falconer were passed in extreme indigence. The family of this unfortunate couple consisted of 3 children, the poet and a brother and sister, both born deaf and dumb, whose pitiable condition added to the other calamities of the poor household. The helpless brother and sister found an asylum as pauper patients in the Edinburgh Infirmary. William, after a little schooling with one Webster, was put to sea. He was then probably not more than 12 or 13 years of age, but active and eager for the acquisition of knowledge. A love of nature also, the poet's inheritance, came upon him. As a stripling, he said, his bosom danced to nature's charms. In the course of his foreign wanderings and night watches, he must occasionally have recalled the unique and magnificent features of his native city and its surrounding scenery. But the distressing circumstances of his boyhood could not be recollected without painful emotion, and in his poetry he is silent as to the scene of his birth and childhood. It is possible that the humble fortunes of the family had not reached their lowest ebb till some years after the birth of the poet. In describing, under the name of Arion, his early attainments and misfortunes, Falconer conveys the impression that he had at least entered upon a liberal course of education. On him fair science dawned in happier hour, awakening into bloom young fancy's flower. But soon adversity, with freezing blast, the blossom withered, and the dawn o'ercast. Forlorn of heart, and by severe decree, condemned reluctant to the faithless sea, with long farewell he left the laurel grove, where science and the tuneful sisters rove. We have, however, the poet's own statement, made repeatedly to his friend Grosvenor Hunter, that his education was confined to reading, writing, and a little arithmetic, and the early age at which he must have left home, added to the straitened circumstances of his parents, may be held as confirmatory of the fact. The farewell to science and the laurel grove was probably, in those days of artificial poetry, deemed necessary and indispensable as an establishment of the narrative. Falconer was entered apprentice on board a merchant vessel belonging to Leith. The usual period of apprenticeship for a sailor was then 4 years, but it is doubtful whether Falconer served the whole of this period. Before he had completed his 18th year, we read of his having exchanged the merchant service for the Royal Navy, of his wandering, apparently without any fixed employment, through various scenes in the East, and of his engaging himself at the port of Alexandria as a mate on board the Britannia, a merchantman engaged in the Levant trade. In the Royal Navy, the purser of his ship was Archibald Campbell, son of Professor Campbell of St. Andrews, and who is known as author of a parody on the style of Dr. Johnson, entitled Lexiphanes. To this literary purser Falconer acted as a servant, and according to Dr. Curie, the biographer of Burns, Campbell delighted in improving the mind of the young seaman, and afterwards, when the latter had attained celebrity, felt a pride in boasting of his scholar. The period of tuition, however, must have been a brief one, for in the autumn of 1750, Falconer, then only 18 as we have stated, sailed from Alexandria for Venice as second mate of the Britannia. Such an appointment for one so young speaks well for his proficiency as a sailor. The British merchantmen at this time, as we learn from Mr. Stanier Clark, remained trading from port to port in the Levant and Mediterranean, until ordered for England, when they generally loaded with silks at Leghorn. The Britannia had wafted her commercial store along the shores of Africa and Italy, and having touched at Alexandria and Crete, sailed for Venice, whence she was to steer for England. The vessel, however, was overtaken by a dreadful storm off Cape Colonna on the coast of Greece and suffered shipwreck. The whole of the crew, consisting of about 50 men, perished, with the exception of 3 of the number, of whom Falconer happily was one. The incidents of the voyage and its disastrous termination left an indelible impression on the young sailor's memory, and years afterwards he selected them as the subject of that poem which has rendered his name and misfortunes immortal. After the wreck of the Britannia and his return to England, Falconer revisited his native city, and there made his first appearance as an author. The death of Frederick, Prince of Wales, in March 1751, called forth numerous elegies and lamentations, and among the public mourners was our young poetical mariner. His effusion, printed at Edinburgh, is entitled A Poem Sacred to the Memory of His Royal Highness, Frederick, Prince of Wales. The poem, it must be admitted, was one of the most unpromising of youthful productions. Melpomene has rarely been invoked with less success, for conventional as the poetical style and diction of that period were, such puerile and inflated lines as the following, the best in the piece, are below even the ordinary standard. Oh, bear me to some awful silent glade, where cedars form an unremitting shade, where never track of human feet was known, where never cheerful light of Phoebus shone, where chirping linnets warble tales of love, and hoarser winds howl murmuring through the grove, where some unhappy wretch aye mourns his doom, deep melancholy wandering through the gloom, where solitude and meditation roam, and where no dawning glimpse of hope can come. Place me in such an unfrequented shade, to speak to none but with the mighty dead, to assist the pouring rains with brimful eyes, and aid hoarse howling Boreas with my sighs. The youth and circumstances of the writer form an excuse for such immaturity of taste and judgment. But it is curious to find Falconer, many years afterwards, in the second edition of his Shipwreck, allude with some complacency to this first production. Thou hast taught the tragic harp to mourn, in early youth, o'er royal Frederick's urn. His desire to appear loyal and steadfast in his loyalty had overpowered his critical perceptions. For about 10 years subsequent to this period, our author is supposed to have engaged in the merchant service. He has enumerated all the shores he traversed, from the Peruvian regions to savage Labrador, and from Damascus, pride of Asian plains, to the Isthmus of Darien. Adversity, he said, still pursued him, but self-improvement was not neglected. He picked up acquaintance with the French, Spanish, and Italian languages, and he occasionally, when in Britain, sent a copy of verses to that popular repertory of fugitive literature, the Gentleman's Magazine. Some of these pieces have been identified and reprinted. The best of them are nautical, showing that he had at length struck into the true path of his genius. The following description of a 90-gun ship is correct and animated. Amidst a wood of oaks with canvas leaves, which formed a floating forest on the waves, there stood a tower, whose vast stupendous size reared its huge mast, and seemed to gore the skies, from which a bloody pendant stretched afar its comet tail, denouncing ample war. 2 younger giants of inferior height displayed their sporting streamers to the sight. The base below another island rose, to pour Britannia's thunder on her foes. With bulk immense, like Etna, she surveys above the rest, the lesser Cyclades, profuse of gold in lustre like the sun. Splendid with regal luxury she shone, lavish in wealth, luxuriant in her pride. Behold the gilded mass exulting ride. Her curious prow divides the silver waves. In the salt ooze her radiant side she laves. From stem to stern her wondrous length survey, rising a beauteous Venus from the sea. Her stem, with naval drapery engraved, showed mimic warriors who the tempest braved, whose visage fierce defied the lashing surge of Gallic pride, the emblematic scourge. Tremendous figures lo her stern displays, and holds a pharos of distinguished blaze. By night it shines, a star of brightest form, to point her way and light her through the storm. See dread engagements pictured to the life, see admirals maintain the glorious strife. Here breathing images in painted ire seem for their country's freedom to expire. Victorious fleets the flying fleets pursue. Here strikes a ship, and there exults a crew. A frigate here blows up with hideous glare, and adds fresh terrors to the bleeding war. But leaving feigned ornaments, behold, 800 youths of heart and sinew bold mount up her shrouds, and to her tops ascend. Some haul her braces, some her foresail bend. Full 90 brazen guns her portholes fill, ready with nitrous magazines to kill. From dread embrasures formidably peep, and seem to threaten ruin to the deep. On pivots fixed and well-ranged swivels lie, or to point downward, or to brave the sky, while petereros swell with infant rage, prepared, those small with fury to engage. Thus armed may Britain long her state maintain, and with triumphant navies rule the main. Not less faithful are the satirical sketches entitled The Chaplain's Petition and The Midshipman, but they have no great poetical merit. The admirable naval song of The Storm, "Cease, rude Boreas, blustering railer," which the singing of Incledon once made so popular, has been assigned to Falconer instead of its reputed author, George Alexander Stevens. There is a mixture of carelessness and jollity, combined with a flow of lyrical melody in this song, which appears to us quite foreign to Falconer's usual manner. It was certainly easier and more natural for Stevens, a good songwriter and a man of imitative talent, to play the sailor and import some nautical phrases, than for Falconer to write once, and once only, in a strain different from all his other compositions. We believe also that if The Storm had been written by our author, he would have acknowledged and claimed it, proud as he was of displaying his naval knowledge and enthusiasm. From the merchant service, Falconer is reported to have re-entered the Royal Navy, and to have been on board the Ramillies man of war when that ship was wrecked in the Channel near Plymouth in February 1760. The officers and men of the Ramillies numbered 734, and of these only 1 midshipman and 25 seamen were saved. The poet is said to have been the midshipman, but we can find no authority for the assertion. Had Falconer sailed with the Ramillies, or been preserved a second time from shipwreck, under circumstances so tragic and memorable, he would scarcely have refrained from some allusion to the event in his poetry. We have also the distinct statement of Mr. Clark, that after the wreck of the Britannia in 1750, Falconer continued in the merchant service until he had gained the patronage of His Royal Highness Edward, Duke of York, by dedicating to him his poem of The Shipwreck. That great narrative poem, so truly British in subject and feeling, and so original in execution, appeared in May 1762, in the form of a thin quarto volume, price 5 shillings. It was illustrated with a chart of the ship's course, and an engraving of the elevation of a merchant ship, with all her masts, yards, sails, and rigging. Such a work was a novelty in what was termed polite literature. The descriptive muse never before appeared in such a nautical costume. The title page bore that the volume was printed for the author, an indication, probably, that the poet had not been able to find a purchaser for the copyright of his work. and it was dedicated, by permission, to the Duke of York, Rear Admiral of the Blue Squadron of His Majesty's Fleet. To this dedication, a plain, unflattering inscription, Falconer affixed his name. The title of the work was simply The Shipwreck, a poem in 3 cantos by a sailor, with the motto from Virgil, Aeneid, Book 2, verse 5, Quique ipse, miserrima vidi, et quorum pars magna fui. It is gratifying to find that the royal patron acknowledged the honor conferred upon him, and testified his sense of the merits of the poem by a prompt and substantial mark of regard. He advised Falconer to quit the merchant service and enter the Royal Navy, and in consequence of the Duke's recommendation and influence, the poet was rated as a midshipman on board Sir Edward Hawke's ship, the Royal George. At the same time, his poem no less rapidly advanced in popularity. Though only an outline or skeleton of what it was afterwards to become under the hands of its author, The Shipwreck was hailed as one of our finest and most original national poems. Its descriptions were pronounced to be not inferior to those in the Aeneid, and in versifying his sea language, Falconer was held to have achieved a greater miracle of success than that accomplished by Homer in reducing his catalogue of ships into flowing and sonorous verse. Such exaggerated praise was an error, but it was an error on the right side. It is seldom that the world is too generous to those who minister to its instruction or delight. This was the happiest period of Falconer's life. He could tread the quarterdeck of the Royal George with conscious and justifiable pride. He had won poetical fame, unquestionably the dearest wish of his heart. He had, unsolicited, obtained professional advancement, and he enjoyed the patronage of a young and gallant prince, who had the taste to appreciate and the power to reward his genius. Though long buffeted by adverse gales of fortune, he was only yet in his 30th year, still eager to run the race for manly honours, and hope that had so often allured and deceived him might now assume her fairest form and brightest colours. His gloomy forebodings and querulous discontent were all hushed in joy and gratulation. Love also was joined to hope. Falconer's temperament seems to have been grave and serious, perhaps austere. His appearance was not prepossessing, bespeaking the rough sailor rather than the poet, but he had all the poet's warmth and depth of feeling, and his solitary and somewhat rugged nature, when kindled up by contact with a congenial mind, found expression in fluent and impressive speech. Those who have most keenly felt adversity and neglect are soonest melted by kindness and sympathy. The worth and talents of Falconer attracted the notice of a young lady, daughter of the surgeon of Sheerness Yard. An intimacy sprung up between them, though discountenanced by Mr. Hicks, the lady's father, and the charms of Miranda called forth some pleasing ballad stanzas from the author of The Shipwreck. In political or satirical verse, which he afterwards attempted, Falconer signally failed. In amatory poetry he had better success, for he wrote from genuine passion and true impulses. Stanzas like the following have rarely proceeded from the orlop or midshipman's cabin. Address to Miranda. The smiling plains, profusely gay, are dressed in all the pride of May. The birds on every spray above to rapture wake the vocal grove. But ah, Miranda, without thee nor spring nor summer smiles on me. All lonely in the secret shade, I mourn thy absence, charming maid. O soft as love, as honour fair, serenely sweet as vernal air, come to my arms, for you alone can all my absence past atone. O come, and to my bleeding heart thy sovereign balm of love impart. Thy presence lasting joy shall bring, and give the year eternal spring. We also subjoin the second of these pieces, which in plaintive tenderness and melody is equal to the ballad strains of the author's countryman Mickle or Millet. The Fond Lover, a ballad written at sea by the author of The Shipwreck. A nymph of every charm possessed, that native virtue gives. Within my bosom all confessed, in bright idea lives. For her my trembling numbers play along the pathless deep, while sadly social with my lay the winds in concert weep. If beauty's sacred influence charms the rage of adverse fate, say why the pleasing soft alarms such cruel pangs create? Since all her thoughts by sense refined unartful truth express, say wherefore sense and truth are joined to give my soul distress. If when her blooming lips I press, which vernal fragrance fills, through all my veins the sweet excess in trembling motion thrills, say whence this secret anguish grows, congenial with my joy, and why the touch, where pleasure glows, should vital peace destroy. If, when my fair, in melting song, awakes the vocal lay, not all your notes, ye Phocian throng, such pleasing sounds convey. Thus rapt all o'er with fondest love, why heaves this broken sigh? For then my blood forgets to move, I gaze, adore, and die. Accept, my charming maid, the strain which you alone inspire. To thee the dying strings complain that quiver on my lyre. O give this bleeding bosom ease, that knows no joy but thee. Teach me thy happy art to please, ordain to love like me. William Falconer, Royal George, August 2nd, 1762. Before the close of the year, the Duke of York sailed again in command of the fleet, and Falconer, thinking probably with Gray that it is better that gratitude should sing than expectation, wrote an ode on the Duke of York's second departure from England as Rear Admiral. He composed it, said Grosvenor Hunter, who was then a midshipman in the Royal George, during an occasional absence from his messmates, when he retired into a small space formed between the cable tiers and the ship's side. Grosvenor Hunter must have been mistaken in his recollection of the piece thus composed. The ode was not published till some months after the Duke's departure, and it is an elaborate production of above 230 lines, in all the intricate variety of metre to be found in Dryden's great ode on St. Cecilia's Day, of which it is in some respects an imitation, though in quality more akin to the early Pindaric attempts of Swift. The gratitude of the poet is warmly expressed, and in the conclusion of the ode he hints that he may yet be called upon to celebrate some great naval victory. Perhaps the chief to whom I sing may yet ordain auspicious days, to wake the lyre with nobler lays, and tune to war the nervous string. For who, untaught in Neptune's school, through all the powers of genius he possess, though disciplined by classic rule, with daring pencil can display the fight that thunders on the watery way, and all its horrid incidents express. To him, my muse, these warlike strains belong, source of thy hope and patron of thy song. This warlike wish was frustrated by the treaty of peace between Great Britain, France, and Spain, which was signed at Paris on the 10th of February, 1763. As Falconer could not have obtained further promotion in the Royal Navy without some years of service, he was advised to exchange into the civil department, and in the year 1763 he was appointed purser of the Glory frigate, 32 guns. The purser, as he himself has stated, is an officer appointed by the Lords of the Admiralty to take charge of the provisions of a ship of war, and to see that they are carefully distributed to the officers and crew, according to the instructions which he has received from the commissioners of the Navy for that purpose. Thus settled, the naval poet completed his happiness by marrying his Miranda, who appears to have been every way worthy of his affection. Mr. Clark says, Mrs. Falconer is described to me as displaying keen abilities, and that it was the lustre of her mind rather than that of her person which attracted and confirmed the affection of her husband. A contemporary of the lady, who knew her, and a man of literary tastes, Mr. Joseph Mosher describes the poet's wife as a woman of cultivated mind, elegant in her person, and sensible and agreeable in conversation. End of section 1. Section 2 of The Shipwreck by William Falconer. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Phil Schempf. Memoir of Falconer, Part 2. At this time, or shortly before, Falconer is said to have paid a final visit to Scotland. Dr. Irving, in a sketch of the poet's life, first mentioned the fact, adding that Falconer resided for some time at the manse of Gladsmuir, which was then possessed by his illustrious kinsman, Dr. Robertson. This great historian, whose father was the cousin german of old Falconer, seems to have been proud to acknowledge his relationship to the ingenious self-taught poet. Dr. Irving, however, is wrong either as to the date of Falconer's visit or the residence of Dr. Robertson. If the former took place, as he states, after the publication of The Shipwreck, the poet must have met his kinsman in Edinburgh, for Robertson left Gladsmuir in 1758. The meeting most probably took place in the Scottish capital, and each had a special cause for congratulation. Robertson, by his first work, The History of Scotland, had reached the highest popularity. Falconer, by his one poem, had earned scarcely less distinction, overcoming by the force of native genius the difficulties incident to his nautical task, and uniting with his technical lore the inspiration and energy of a true poet. We have no record of the feelings of Falconer on revisiting, at this interesting period, the haunts of his boyhood, the old Netherbow Port and High Street, and the shores of Leith, whence, sad at heart, he had first embarked on the sea. There is usually much disappointment at such reunions. Every object appears less than memory, aided by imagination, had represented it. Schoolboy friends are gone, or the few that are left, busy with their own pursuits, seem cold and careless. We look for some cherished object, a house or tree, and it is removed. Time has hastened on, and we forget that its flight effaces the old landmarks. But Falconer had not lived in vain. He had struggled through the past up to worldly honour, and he could look forward into the future without dread, solaced and cheered by domestic happiness. His fortunes, however, were always fluctuating. After the peace, his ship, the Glory, was laid up in ordinary at Chatham, and a purser's half-pay was but a slender provision. At this juncture he found a kind and considerate friend in one of the commissioners of the Navy, Mr. Hanway, brother of Jonas Hanway, whose controversy with Johnson on the qualities and effects of tea has preserved his name better than his published travels, foreign or domestic. Commissioner Hanway admired the genius of the purser of the Glory, and he set about preparing for him an appropriate residence. The captain's cabin, says Mr. Clark, was ordered to be fitted up with a stove and with every addition of comfort that could be procured, in order that Falconer might thus be enabled to enjoy his favourite propensity, literary occupation, without either molestation or expense. The first emanation from this marine study was a new edition of The Shipwreck, corrected and enlarged, which appeared in an octavo volume in 1764, printed not for the author, as in the former instance, but for A. Millar in the Strand. This enlarged edition was almost a new work. Above 900 lines were added, and these included all what may be called the character painting of the poem, as the delineations of Albert and Rodmond and the episode of Polemon. In the advertisement, Falconer made this statement: "Although it is so frequent a practice to take the advantage of public approbation and raise the price of performances that have been much encouraged, the author chooses to steer in quite a different channel. It being a considerable time since the first edition sold off, notwithstanding the high price and the singularity of the subject, he might very justly continue the price. But as it deterred a number of the inferior officers of the sea from purchasing it, at their repeated requests, it has been printed now in a smaller edition. At the same time, the author is sorry to observe that the gentlemen of the sea, for whose entertainment it was chiefly calculated, have hardly made 1/10 of the purchasers. Falconer, like Arbuthnot, knew his art but not his trade. He was ambitious of his reputation for professional skill, not covetous of money. Had the latter been his object, he would probably, like his countryman Thomson, though Thomson was only driven to such a step by necessity, or like the earlier Georgian poets, have had recourse to a subscription edition, which his naval friends would, no doubt, have rendered profitable. The next production of our author was a rhyming satire on Lord Chatham, Wilkes, and Churchill, entitled The Demagogue. It must have been written after the publication of Churchill's Gotham in the spring of 1764, and before the death of that unscrupulous but powerful satirist in November of the same year. Nearly all the literary Scotsmen of that period were engaged in defence of the Bute administration. It had become a point of honour with them, as the contest seemed to be one, as of old, between the thistle and the rose. Wilkes, Churchill, the Whigs and Dissenters were against Scotland and Scotsmen. Chatham abjured local and national prejudices, but he fought on the same side. Never was the crown or government more fiercely assailed than at this time, and besides nationality of feeling, the perfervidum ingenium Scotorum, roused by repeated attacks, Falconer was bound, both by gratitude and consistency, to the side of the king's friends. His best patron was the brother of his sovereign, and his first poetical effort was devoted to the cause of royalty. His Demagogue, however, was a poor fragmentary performance, remarkable for its virulence and not for its poetry. Of the tact, humour, or wit essential in political satire, he was destitute. His strength was derived from the sea, and as the sailor fears to whistle in a storm, Falconer would have best consulted his fame by remaining silent during the noise and fury of the political elements. The remaining 5 years of Falconer's life are involved in some obscurity. In 1767, according to Mr. Clarke, he was appointed from the Glory to the Swiftsure, still, we presume, a purser, and then we hear of his having left his naval retreat at Chatham, and of his being obliged to take up his abode in a garret in London, deriving a pittance from writing in the Critical Review. Why he should have resigned his naval appointment does not appear. He was too practical and too sensible a man to have abandoned a secure and respectable position for the precarious gains of authorship, for which he had no particular vocation, and the death of his patron, the Duke of York, September 17th, 1767, could not, we presume, have caused his retirement. The story of the garret is, we suspect, fabulous. It is certain that Falconer could not have struggled long, as Mr. Clarke asserts, against the res Augustae domus, for we have only a period of 2 years between 1767 and his death, and during that time one at least of his most intimate friends did not consider him to be in poverty. A bookseller, Mr. John Murray, grandfather of the present eminent publisher of that name, requested the poet to join him as partner. In a letter, dated October 16th, 1768, Mr. Murray writes to Falconer, then at Dover, that a certain Mr. Sandby, bookseller, opposite St. Dunstan's Church, was about to retire from his shop in Fleet Street, and that his business could be obtained for a sum not much beyond £400. I have little reason, says Mr. Murray, to fear success by myself in this undertaking, yet I think so many additional advantages would accrue to us both, were your forces and mine joined, that I cannot help mentioning it to you, and making you the offer of entering into company. The poet, he added, would be assumed as partner on equal terms. This offer proves that Falconer could not have been in very reduced circumstances, in which he is represented by his biographers, and it proves also that he must have possessed the correct and steady habits of a man of business. He seems to have declined the offer, probably because his marine dictionary was then near completion, and he might reasonably anticipate from its publication some favourable naval appointment. His dictionary appeared in August 1769, dedicated to the Lords Commissioners of the Admiralty. It had engaged his utmost application, he said, for some years. The undertaking was first suggested to him by his worthy and ingenious friend, George Lewis Scott, Esquire, and its utility had been acknowledged by Sir Edward Hawke and other naval authorities. In a country deriving its principal sources of strength from the superiority of its marine, such a work was evidently wanted, and Falconer had laboured strenuously to render his dictionary accurate and complete. All that related to the equipment and movements of a ship, or to the practice of naval war, was derived, he said, chiefly from his own observation. In treating of the artillery, he had consulted various authors, and in the part connected with shipbuilding he acknowledged his obligations to Monsieur Duhamel, a high authority on naval architecture, who had written to him on the subject of his work in complimentary terms. The dictionary, we may add, was a large quarto volume, and was illustrated with a variety of original designs of shipping in different situations, with separate views of the masts, sails, etc. Such an important service could not fail to attract the notice of the Admiralty, and remind them of the strong claims of its author. Accordingly, we find that almost immediately after the publication of his dictionary, Falconer received an appointment which promised to be the most lucrative and considerable he had yet held. The affairs of India were then in a critical position, in consequence of the wars of Hyder Ali and of disputed territorial revenues, and the company resolved on sending out 3 commissioners or supervisors invested with extraordinary powers for the emergency. These were Henry Vansittart, Luke Scrofton, and Colonel Francis Ford. The Aurora frigate was selected for the voyage, and Falconer was nominated as purser of the vessel, with a promise that he would also receive the appointment of private secretary to the commissioners. Before embarking on this mission, Falconer prepared a 3rd edition of the Shipwreck. He put his name on the title page, left out the dedication, and prefixed to the volume an advertisement, stating that he had given the poem a strict and thorough revision, from which he flattered himself that it had received very considerable improvements. He was then living in Somerset House, from which this intimation is dated October 1st, 1769, the day preceding his departure from England. About 200 new lines were added to the poem, and its general arrangement was improved. Favourite images and descriptions were expanded or finished off with greater care. But the edition also had its defects. In substituting simple for inflated expressions, and in removing redundancies of description, the poet occasionally rendered the passages bald and prosaic. His attempts to generalize the technical details were also in some instances unfavourable. Precision as well as animation was lost. Mr. Clarke conceived that Falconer, in his agitation and joy on being appointed to the Aurora, had neglected this addition, and left the last alterations to his friend Millet. This is an unwarranted and indeed absurd conjecture, for Millet had been 4 years dead. Whatever were the moral and mental defects of Millet, he was a good literary artist, and had he retouched the Shipwreck, the poem, as respects mere diction, would probably have been the better for his revision. But Falconer's advertisement seems conclusive as to the 3rd edition being revised by himself. No other person would have taken such liberties with his text, and the new passages introduced marked his own hand. He may, however, have been hurried in his task by the necessity of preparing for his departure, and we think Mr. Clarke acted judiciously as editor of the poem, in collating the different editions and restoring the text to something like distinctness and purity. Not a line was inserted that had not been sanctioned by the author. He was made to correct himself. We have followed Mr. Clarke's example in this reprint of the Shipwreck, but have made a greater use of the 3rd and latest edition, the last seen by the poet. The Aurora sailed from Spithead on the 2nd of October, 1769. Among the passengers, beside the 3 commissioners, was Reverend William Hurst, chaplain to the expedition, an accomplished astronomer who had observed the transit of Venus in 1761 at Madras, and who was afterwards associated with the Astronomer Royal in Greenwich Observatory. From a letter written by this gentleman, we learn that the Aurora arrived at the Cape of Good Hope on the 6th of December, that the commissioners had been harmonious and happy on board ship, and had been hospitably received by the Dutch governor and his council. They made various excursions into the country, and finally left the Cape after a fortnight's stay on the 27th of December. Captain Lee, who commanded the frigate, expressed his intention of proceeding by the Mozambique Channel instead of stretching as usual into the great Indian Ocean south of Madagascar. There is now little risk, by the diligent use of sextant and chronometer, in making this passage during the fair season from April to September, but the channel abounds in shoals, and Captain Lee was a stranger to the navigation, while the season was too far advanced. The commissioners remonstrated, but the captain was obstinate. Mr. Vansittart was so impressed with the danger of the rash experiment that he would have quitted the Aurora if another outward-bound East Indiaman had been then at the Cape. The Aurora sailed, and the result justified the worst fears that had been entertained. The ill-fated ship never reached its destination. Months and years elapsed, but no tidings came. The captain had spoken of touching at Johanna, one of the Comoro Islands, for provisions. He had also talked of landing on the island of St. Paul's. Inquiries were made, but no trace of the vessel, after her leaving the Cape, was ever obtained. About 4 years afterwards, on the 19th of October, 1773, a seaman, a Negro, was examined before the East India Directors on the subject of the wreck. He stated the Aurora had struck on a reef of rocks off Macoa, that himself and 4 others were the only persons saved, that he and his companions had been 2 years on an island after their escape, and they had at length been rescued by a country ship which happened to touch at the island. What credit was given to the man's statement is not mentioned. The main fact, the loss of the Aurora, was, alas, but too apparent, and with her had perished the poet, whose genius and fate had given so deep and melancholy an interest to the catastrophe. Farewell, poor Falconer. When the dark sea bursts like despair, I shall remember thee, nor ever from the sounding beach depart, without thy music stealing on my heart. And thinking still, I hear dread ocean say, Thou hast declared my might, be thou my prey. Bowles. The personal appearance and habits of Falconer have been minutely described by Mr. Clarke, from information communicated by those who knew the poet. He was about 5 feet 7 inches in height, with a dark weather-beaten complexion, and rather what is termed hard-featured, being considerably marked with the smallpox. His hair was of a brownish hue. In point of address, his manner was blunt, awkward, and forbidding, but he spoke with great fluency, and his simple yet impressive diction was couched in words which reminded his hearers of the terseness of Swift. Though he possessed a warm and friendly disposition, he was fond of controversy, and inclined to satire. His observation was keen and rapid. His criticisms on any inaccuracy of language or expression were frequently severe, yet this severity was always intended to create mirth, and not by any means to show his superiority or give the smallest offence. In his natural temper, he was cheerful and frequently used to amuse his messmates by composing acrostics on their favourites, in which he particularly excelled. As a professional man, he was a thorough seaman, and, like most of that profession, was kind, generous, and benevolent. The last remark betrays the amour propre of the naval chaplain. Falconer himself was less laudatory of the mass of his brother sailors, and like Fielding, when delineating their character, threw some shades into the picture. He admitted, however, that there was to be found in almost every private sailor a virtue which was unknown to many of his officers, the virtue of emulation. There was hardly a common tar, he said, who was not envious of superior skill in his fellows, and jealous on all occasions of being outdone in what he considered a branch of his duty. This was preeminently the case with our author himself. He not only mastered the principles and details of his profession, so as to be able to compile his elaborate dictionary of the marine, but he prided himself more on his reputation as a seaman than on his character as a poet. The widow of Falconer — they had no children — long survived him. She obtained possession of his apartments in Somerset House, and was liberally assisted by Mr. T. Cattle, the publisher, who derived considerable profits from the continued sale of the Marine Dictionary and Shipwreck, of which he held the copyrights. Mr. Mosier, already mentioned, in one of his numerous communications to the European magazine, states that meeting the poet's widow one day, and expressing incidentally in conversation his admiration of the Shipwreck, she burst into tears. She presented me, he adds, with a copy of the Shipwreck, and seemed much affected by my commiseration of the misfortunes of a man whose work appears in its catastrophe prophetic. She died at Bath. The fame of Falconer rests securely on this one monument of his genius. Though limited to the simplicity of a narrative of facts, and chiefly to a single incident, his poem of the Shipwreck possesses or suggests nearly all the primary elements of poetry and painting, of profound interest and overwhelming pathos. The sea, with its various phenomena of beauty and terror, its storm and sunshine, the stately ship with its magnificent tracery and equipage, and its gallant crew, the classic and picturesque shores of the Mediterranean, and the appalling event of the shipwreck, with its horrors, despairs, and death, such are the materials with which the poet had to deal in relating his story, new to epic lore. The opening lines of the first canto strike the key note, as it were, to a train of romantic and interesting associations. A ship from Egypt, o'er the deep impelled, by guiding winds her course for Venice held. Of famed Britannia were the gallant crew, and from that isle her name the vessel drew. The name of Britannia, if fortuitous, was one of the felicities of the poet's subject. If assumed for the occasion, it furnishes an instance of his poetical art and skill. Had the ship been named the Mary Jane or the James Barnes, the effect would have been very different. But still more important towards the poetical treatment of the subject was the scene of the catastrophe, the shores of Greece. All the images and recollections arising from beautiful scenery, the august remains of ancient art, and the wisdom and patriotism of the most heroic age of the world were at once enlisted as auxiliaries of the story. The ship sailing along such shores became an object of deeper interest and of poetical sympathy, and its final destruction occurred at a spot memorable on that illustrious coast. In all Attica, says Byron, if we except Athens itself and Marathon, there is no scene more interesting than Cape Colonna. To the antiquarian artist, 16 columns are an inexhaustible source of observation and design. To the philosopher, the supposed scene of Plato's conversations will not be unwelcome, and the traveller will be struck with the beauty of the prospect over isles that crown the Aegean deep. But for an Englishman, Colonna has yet an additional interest, as the actual spot of Falconer's shipwreck. Pallas and Plato are forgotten in the recollection of Falconer and Campbell. Here in the dead of night, by Lona's steep, the seaman's cry was heard along the deep. This temple of Minerva may be seen at sea from a great distance, and the imagination instantly conjures up its appearance on that fatal day, when the lightning flashed among the ruined columns, and the doomed vessel, driven like a fury by the storm, bounded through the waves toward the rocky shore. In the softer scenes of the poem, this power of association and local painting has an inexpressible charm, and in the whole range of our descriptive poetry there is nothing finer than the pictures of the sunset and midnight on the shores of Candia, as seen from the sea. The solemn calm and delicious beauty and repose of this eastern landscape prepare the reader by contrast for the nautical description that follows, which is brought out with great effect. The boatswain's whistle breaks the silence, and the order to weigh anchor is given. The sailors swarm aloft, fix the bars, and heave round the windlass. Up torn reluctant from its oozy cave, the ponderous anchor rises o'er the wave. High on the slippery masts the yards ascend, and far abroad the canvas wings extend. Along the grassy plain the vessel glides, while azure radiance trembles on her sides. The lunar rays in long reflection gleam, with silver deluging the fluid stream. Levant and Thracian gales alternate play, then in the Egyptian quarter die away. A calm ensues, adjacent shores they dread. The boats, with rowers manned, are sent ahead, with cordage fastened to the lofty prow. Aloof to see the stately ship they tow. The nervous crew their sweeping oars extend, and pealing shouts the shore of Candia rend. The ship is then minutely described. Falconer has been blamed for adding to it frowning artillery, but every Levant trader carried guns, and the Britannia is represented as a first-class merchantman. The natives gathered round the shore in the noonday sun to see the vessel depart, majestically slow before the breeze, the imperial flag unfurled. Then towered the masts, the canvas swelled on high, and waving streamers floated in the sky. Thus the rich vessel moves in trim array, like some fair virgin on her bridal day. Thus like a swan she cleaves the watery plain, the pride and wonder of the Aegean main. It is impossible for word painting to excel this in clear poetic beauty. Some of the smaller subsidiary sketches, as the waterspout, the dying dolphin, the troop of porpoises, etc., are also inimitable. The tragic portion of the poem is ushered in by a description remarkable for its vivid expression and melancholy grandeur. His race performed, the sacred lamp of day now dipped in western clouds his parting ray. His languid fires, half lost in ambient haze, refract along the dusk a crimson blaze, till deep emerged the sickening orb descends, and cheerless night o'er heaven her reign extends. Sad evening's hour, how different from the past! No flaming pomp, no blushing glories cast, no ray of friendly light is seen around. The moon and stars in hopeless shade are drowned. The characters of the chief officers of the vessel are well delineated and contrasted. Albert the commander is brave, liberal, and humane, the father of his crew. Rodmund, the next in command, is coarse, boisterous, and obstinate, yet dexterous and fearless as a seaman. One fine touch of humanity redeems his character. Amidst the horrors of the wreck, the helmsman is struck blind by the lightning. Rodman, who heard a piteous groan behind, touched with compassion, gazed upon the blind, and while around his sad companions crowd, he guides the unhappy victim to the shroud. "Hie thee aloft, my gallant friend," he cries, "thy only succour on the mast relies." The third in command is Arion, or Falconer himself, who is just mentioned when this modest and striking transition is made. But what avails it to record a name that courts no rank among the sons of fame? Palemon, the friend of Arion, and his love story somewhat interrupt the progress of the narrative, yet few readers would wish them away. His passion is one of unsophisticated nature and simple truth, a scene from Arcadian life, and it is in many parts touched with great delicacy and tenderness. Objection is more justly made to the historical episodes and classical allusions with which the poem abounds. These occur chiefly towards the close of the work, when the reader's anxiety and interest are strongly excited by the impending catastrophe. We see the ship quivering o'er the topmost waves, or plunging headlong down the horrid vale, the furious breakers lashing the strand, on which the crew are every moment in danger of being dashed. And we are stopped with an enumeration of the ancient Grecian states and their philosophers, with the Delphic oracle, Parnassus and Helicon. There is much tawdry ornament, tumid expression, and forced comparison in these passages. But the poet no sooner touches the sea than he regains his native strength. His verse rises and swells like the tempest, And in such lines as the following, we hear the voice of a great poet mingling with the storm. Thus they direct the flying bark before the impelling floods that lash her to the shore. High o'er the poop the audacious seas aspire, uprolled in hills of fluctuating fire. With laboring throes she rolls on either side, and dips her gunwales in the yawning tide. Her joints, unhinged, in palsied languors play, as ice flakes part beneath a noontide ray. The gale howls doleful through the blocks and shrouds, and big rain pours a deluge from the clouds. From wintry magazines that sweep the sky, descending globes of hail impetuous fly. High on the masts, with pale and livid rays, amid the gloom portentous meteors blaze. The ethereal dome in mournful pomp arrayed, now buried lies beneath impervious shade. Now flashing round intolerable light, redoubles all the horror of the night. Such terror Sinai's trembling hill o'erspread, when heaven's loud trumpet sounded o'er its head. It seemed the wrathful angel of the wind had all the horrors of the skies combined, and here to one ill-fated ship opposed, at once the dreadful magazine disclosed. And this angel of the wind is personified in a few lines of great power. And lo, tremendous o'er the deep he springs, the inflaming sulphur flashing from his wings. Hark! His strong voice the dismal silence breaks, mad chaos from the chains of death awakes. Loud and more loud the rolling peals enlarge, and blue on deck the fiery tides discharge. The resources of the seamen in this awful extremity, the throwing of the guns overboard, and the mournful consultation of the pilots, are depicted with a terrible reality. The incident of cutting down the mast seems like a great and sublime sacrifice, exciting intense sympathy. Fast by the fated pine bold Rodman stands, the impatient axe hung gleaming in his hands. Brandished on high, it fell with dreadful sound. The tall mast, groaning, felt the deadly wound. Deep gashed beneath, the tottering structure rings, and crashing, thundering, o'er the quarter swings. The ship at length breaks up. We watch it with the painful interest due to a living being. Lifted high by a tremendous wave, she strikes in her descent upon the marble crags, and wounded, plunges and reels over the heaving surge. A second shot bilges the splitting vessel, and a third renders asunder the solid oak. Her crashing ribs divide. She loosens, parts, and spreads in ruin o'er the tide. The scene of agony and despair which ensues is portrayed with affecting minuteness and solemnity. No reckless or desperate seaman leaps overboard, anticipating death, as in the shipwreck described by Byron. There are no yells or demands for intoxicating drink. Calm, manly sorrow and Christian resignation mark the hour of horror and death. And when the tragedy has closed, the poet's art is seen in the picturesque edition of a troop of Grecian peasants, who, roused by the blustering tempest, repair to the summit of Cape Colonna and gaze down with horror on the flood and ruin below. They descend to the beach to succor the few survivors. 3 still alive, benumbed and faint they find, in mournful silence on a rock reclined. The generous natives, moved with social pain, the feeble strangers in their arms sustain. With pitying sighs their hapless lot deplore, and lead them trembling from the fatal shore. With these lines, so exquisite in their simplicity and pathos, the poem closes, like some magnificent and agitating piece of music, terminating in a few notes of plaintive melody. Falconer composed his poem chiefly with the view to the gratification of his brother seamen, though they formed then, and form still, but a small proportion of his readers. He therefore made a liberal use of terms of art, or technical expressions, the effect of which is to render some few passages obscure. They do not occur, however, in the more impassioned scenes, and their intrusion is amply compensated for by the air of truth and authenticity which they impart to the descriptions. We are taken on board the ship, as it were, instructed in its architecture, and witness every action of the crew. Attention is roused by the interjection of such phrases as, "All hands on moor," "Reef topsails, reef," or "Starboard again," and their purport is soon ascertained. And all this professional lore of the poet is said to serve a purpose of practical utility and value. The poet, according to Mr. Clarke, contains within itself the rudiments of navigation. If not to form a complete seaman, it may certainly be considered as the grammar of his professional science. I have heard, he adds, many experienced officers declare that the rules and maxims delivered in this poem for the conduct of a ship in the most perilous emergency form the best, indeed the only opinions which a skilful mariner should adopt. We possess, therefore, a poem not only eminent for its sublimity and pathos, but for an harmonious assemblage of technical terms and maxims used in navigation, which a young sailor may easily commit to memory, and also with these such scientific principles as will enable him to lay a sound foundation for his future professional skill and judgment. Poetry has seldom received or earned this praise of direct utility, for though Virgil embodied in his exquisite verse the rules of husbandry, he never perhaps made a practical farmer, nor would Falconer have taken his place as a British classic if he had not soared far beyond his nautical precepts and description. These are only subordinate and accessory to his power of touching the heart and painting to the eye and imagination. In the light of his poetry, the Britannia sails with a glory not its own, and the perils and adventures of the voyage are invested with a moral beauty and interest. It is this blending of the ideal with the real, of the picturesque and poetical with the pathetic and sublime, that constitutes the charm of the narrative. And a poem thus founded on truth and nature, elevated by imagination, and presenting the most affecting examples of human suffering and moral heroism, may be said to rest on an imperishable basis. It has survived many revolutions of taste and opinion, and unquestionably will be read as long as British enterprise and valor maintain their empire on the sea. End of section 2. Section 3 of The Shipwreck by William Falconer. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Phil Schempf. Introduction. While jarring interests wake the world to arms, and fright the peaceful vale with dire alarms, while Albion bids the avenging thunders roll along her vassal deep from pole to pole, sick of the scene where war with ruthless hand spreads desolation o'er the bleeding land, sick of the tumult where trumpet's breath bids ruin smile and drowns the groan of death. 'Tis mine, retired beneath this cavern horror, that stands all lonely on the sea-beat shore, far other themes of deep distress to sing than ever trembled from the vocal string. No pomp of battle swells the exalted strain, nor gleaming arms ring dreadful on the plain. But o'er the scene, while pale remembrance weeps, Fate with fell triumph rides upon the deeps, where hostile elements conflicting rise, and lawless surges swell against the skies, till hope expires, and peril and dismay wave their black ensigns on the watery way. Immortal train, who guide the maze of song, to whom all science, arts, and arms belong, who bid the trumpet of eternal fame exalt the warrior's and the poet's name, or in lamenting elegies express the varied pang of exquisite distress. If e'er with trembling hope I fondly strayed, in life's fair morn, beneath your hallowed shade, to hear the sweetly mournful lute complain, and melt the heart with ecstasy of pain, or listen to the enchanting voice of love, while all Elysium warbled through the grove. Oh, by the hollow blast that moans around, that sweeps the wild harp with a plaintive sound, by the long surge that foams through yonder cave, whose vaults re-murmur to the roaring wave, with living colors give my verse to glow, the sad memorial of a tale of woe, a scene from dumb oblivion to restore, to fame unknown and new to epic lore. Alas, neglected by the sacred nine, their suppliant feels no genial ray divine. Ah, will they leave Pieria's happy shore, to plough the tide where wintry tempests roar? Or shall a youth approach their hallowed fane, stranger to Phoebus and the tuneful train? Far from the Muses' academic grove, 'twas his the vast and trackless deep to rove. Alternate change of climates has he known, and felt the fierce extremes of either zone, where polar skies congeal the eternal snow, or equinoctial suns forever glow. Smote by the freezing or the scorching blast, a ship-boy on the high and giddy mast, from regions where Peruvian billows roar, to the bleak coasts of savage Labrador, from where Damascus, pride of Asian plains, stoops her proud neck beneath tyrannic chains, to where the isthmus, lathed by adverse tides, Atlantic and Pacific seas divides. But while he measured o'er the painful race, in fortune's wild, illimitable chase, adversity, companion of his way, still o'er the victim hung with iron sway, bade new distresses every instant grow, marking each change of place with change of woe, in regions where the Almighty's chastening hand with livid pestilence afflicts the land, or where pale famine blasts the hopeful year, parent of want and misery severe, or where, all dreadful in the embattled line, the hostile ships in flaming combat join, where the torn vessel wind and wave assail, till o'er her crew distress and death prevail. Such joyless toil in early youth endured, the expanding dawn of mental day obscured, each genial passion of the soul oppressed, and quenched the ardor kindling in his breast. Then let not censure with malignant joy the harvest of his humble hope destroy. His verse no laurel wreath attempts to claim, nor sculptured brass to tell the poet's name. If terms uncouth and jarring phrases wound the softer sense with inharmonious sound, yet here let listening sympathy prevail, while conscious truth unfolds her piteous tale. And lo, the power that wakes the eventful song hastes hither from Lethean banks along. She sweeps the gloom, and rushing on the sight, spreads o'er the kindling scene propitious light. In her right hand an ample roll appears, fraught with long annals of preceding years, with every wise and noble art of man, since first the circling hours their course began. Her left a silver wand on high displayed, whose magic touch dispels oblivion's shade. Pensive her look, on radiant wings that glow like Juno's birds, or Iris's flaming bow. She sails, and swifter than the course of light directs her rapid intellectual flight. The fugitive idea she restores, and calls the wandering thought from Lethe's shores. To things long past a second date she gives, and hoary time from her fresh youth receives. Congenial sister of immortal fame, she shares her power, and Memory is her name. O first-born daughter of primeval time, by whom transmitted down in every clime, the deeds of ages long elapsed are known, and blazoned glories spread from zone to zone, whose magic breath dispels the mental night, and o'er the obscured idea pours the light. Say on what seas, for thou alone canst tell what dire mishap a fated ship befell. Assailed by tempests, girt with hostile shores, arise, approach, unlock thy treasured stores. Full on my soul the dreadful scene display, and give its latent horrors to the day. End of section 3. Section 4 of The Shipwreck by William Falconer. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Phil Schempf. Canto first, the scene of which lies near the city of Candia. Time about 4 days and a half. Part 1. A ship from Egypt o'er the deep impelled, by guiding winds her course for Venice held. Of famed Britannia were the gallant crew, and from that isle her name the vessel drew. The wayward steps of fortune, that delude full oft to ruin, eager they pursued, and dazzled by her visionary glare, advanced incautious of each fatal snare. Though warned full oft the slippery track to shun, yet hope with flattering voice betrayed them on. Beguiled to danger thus, they left behind the scene of peace, and social joy resigned. Long absent they from friends and native home, the cheerless ocean were inured to roam. Yet heaven, in pity to severe distress, had crowned each painful voyage with success. Still, to compensate toils and hazards past, restored them to maternal plains at last. Thrice had the sun, to rule the varying year, across the equator rolled his flaming sphere, since last the vessel spread her ample sail from Albion's coast, obsequious to the gale. She o'er the spacious flood, from shore to shore, unwearying, wafted her commercial store. The richest ports of Afric she had viewed, thence to fair Italy her course pursued, had left behind Trinacria's burning isle, and visited the margin of the Nile. And now that winter deepens round the pole, the circling voyage hastens to its goal. They, blind to fate's inevitable law, no dark event to blast their hope foresaw, but from gay Venice soon expect to steer for Britain's coast, and dread no perils near. Inflamed by hope, their throbbing hearts elate, ideal pleasures vainly antedate. Already British coasts appear to rise, the chalky cliffs salute their longing eyes. Each to his breast, where floods of rapture roll, embracing strains the mistress of his soul. Nor less o'erjoyed with sympathetic truth, each faithful maid expects the approaching youth. In distant souls congenial passions glow, and mutual feelings mutual bliss bestow. Such shadowy happiness their thoughts employ, illusion all, and visionary joy. Thus time elapsed, while o'er the pathless tide their ship through Grecian seas the pilots guide. Occasion called to touch at Candia's shore, which, blessed with favoring winds, they soon explore. The haven enter, borne before the gale, dispatch their commerce, and prepare to sail. Eternal powers! What ruins from afar mark the fell track of desolating war! Here arts and commerce with auspicious reign once breathed sweet influence on the happy plain, while o'er the lawn, with dance and festive song, young pleasure led the jocund hours along. In gay luxuriance Ceres too was seen, to crown the valleys with eternal green. For wealth, for valor, courted and revered, what Albion is, fair Candia then appeared. Ah, who the flight of ages can revoke? The free-born spirit of her sons is broke. They bow to Ottoman's imperious yoke. No longer fame the drooping heart inspires, for stern oppression quenched its genial fires. Though still her fields, with golden harvest crowned, supply the barren shores of Greece around. Sharp penury afflicts these wretched isles. There hope ne'er dawns, and pleasure never smiles. The vassal wretch contented drags his chain, and hears his famished babes lament in vain. These eyes have seen the dull reluctant soil, a seventh year mock the weary laborer's toil. No blooming Venus on the desert shore now views with triumph captive gods adore. No lovely Helens now with fatal charms excite the avenging chiefs of Greece to arms. No fair Penelopes enchant the eye, for whom contending kings were proud to die. Here sullen beauty sheds a twilight ray, while sorrow bids her vernal bloom decay. Those charms, so long renowned in classic strains, had dimly shone on Albion's happier plains. Now in the southern hemisphere the sun through the bright Virgin and the scales had run, and on the ecliptic wheeled his winding way, till the fierce Scorpion felt his flaming ray. 4 days becalmed the vessel here remains, and yet no hopes of aiding wind obtains. For sickening vapors lull the air to sleep, and not a breeze awakes the silent deep. This, when the autumnal equinox is o'er, and Phoebus in the north declines no more, the watchful mariner, whom heaven informs, oft deems the prelude of approaching storms. No dread of storms the master's soul restrain, a captive fettered to the oar of gain. His anxious heart, impatient of delay, expects the winds to sail from Candia's bay. Determined from whatever point they rise, to trust his fortune to the seas and skies. Thou living ray of intellectual fire, whose voluntary gleams my verse inspire, ere yet the deepening incidents prevail, till roused attention feel our plaintive tale, record whom chief among the gallant crew the unblest pursuit of fortune hither drew. Can sons of Neptune, generous, brave, and bold, in pain and hazard toil for sordid gold? They can, for gold too oft with magic art can rule the passions and corrupt the heart. This crowns the prosperous villain with applause, to whom in vain sad merit pleads her cause. This strews with roses life's perplexing road, and leads the way to pleasure's soft abode. This spreads with slaughtered heaps the bloody plain, and pours adventurous thousands o'er the main. End of section 4. Section 5 of The Shipwreck by William Falconer. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Phil Schempf. Canto First, Part 2. The stately ship, with all her daring band, to skilful Albert owed the chief command. Though trained in boisterous elements, his mind was yet by soft humanity refined. Each joy of wedded love at home he knew, abroad confessed the father of his crew. Brave, liberal, just, the calm domestic scene had o'er his temper breathed the gay serene. Him science taught by mystic lore to trace the planets wheeling in eternal race, to mark the ship in floating balance held, by earth attracted and by seas repelled, or point her devious track through climes unknown that leads to every shore and every zone. He saw the moon through heaven's blue conclave glide, and into motion charm the expanding tide, while earth impetuous round her axle rolls, exalts her watery zone, and sinks the poles. Light and attraction, from their genial source, he saw still wandering with diminished force, while on the margin of declining day night's shadowy cone reluctant melts away. Inured to peril, with unconquered soul, the chief beheld tempestuous oceans roll. O'er the wild surge, when dismal shades preside, his equal skill the lonely bark could guide. His genius, ever for the event prepared, rose with the storm, and all its dangers shared. Rodman the next degree to Albert bore, a hardy son of England's farthest shore, where bleak Northumbria pours her savage train in sable squadrons o'er the northern main, that with her pitchy entrails stored resort a sooty tribe to fair Augusta's port, where'er in ambush lurk the fatal sands, they claim the danger, proud of skilful bands. For while with darkling course their vessels sweep the winding shore, or plough the faithless deep, o'er bar and shelf the watery path they sound, with dexterous arm sagacious of the ground. Fearless they combat every hostile wind, wheeling in mazy tracks with course inclined. Expert to moor where terrors line the road, or win the anchor from its dark abode. But drooping and relaxed in climes afar, tumultuous and undisciplined in war, such Rodman was, by learning unrefined, that oft enlightens to corrupt the mind. Boisterous of manners, trained in early youth to scenes that shame the conscious cheek of truth, to scenes that nature's struggling voice control, and freeze compassion rising in the soul, where the grim hellhounds, prowling round the shore, with foul intent the stranded bark explore. Deaf to the voice of woe, her decks they board, while tardy justice slumbers o'er her sword. The indignant muse, severely taught to feel, shrinks from a theme she blushes to reveal. Too oft example, armed with poisons fell, pollutes the shrine where mercy loves to dwell. Thus Rodman, trained by his unhallowed crew, the sacred social passions never knew. Unskilled to argue in dispute yet loud, bold without caution, without honors proud. In art unschooled, each veteran rule he prized, and all improvement haughtily despised. Yet, though full oft to future perils blind, with skill superior glowed his daring mind. Through snares of death the reeling bark to guide, when midnight shades involve the raging tide. To Rodman next in order of command succeeds the youngest of our naval band. But what avails it to record a name that courts no rank among the sons of fame, whose vital spring had just begun to bloom, when o'er its sorrow spread her sickening gloom, while yet a stripling, oft with fond alarms, his bosom danced to nature's boundless charms. On him fair science dawned in happier hour, awakening into bloom young fancy's flower. But frowning fortune with untimely blast the blossom withered and the dawn o'ercast. Forlorn of heart, and by severe decree condemned reluctant to the faithless sea, with long farewell he left the laurel grove, where science and the tuneful sisters rove. Hither he wandered, anxious to explore antiquities of nations now no more, to penetrate each distant realm unknown, and range excursive o'er the untraveled zone. In vain, for rude adversity's command still on the margin of each famous land. With unrelenting ire his steps opposed, and every gate of hope against him closed. Permit my verse, ye blessed Pierian train, to call Arian this ill-fated swain. For like that bard unhappy, on his head Malignant stars their hostile influence shed, Both in lamenting numbers, o'er the deep With conscious anguish taught the harp to weep, And both the raging surge and safety bore, Amid destruction, panting to the shore. This last, our tragic story from the wave, Of dark oblivion haply yet may save. With genuine sympathy may yet complain, While sad remembrance bleeds at every vein. These, chief among the ship's conducting train, Her path explored along the deep domain, Trained to command, and range the swelling sail, Whose varying force conforms to every gale. Charged with the commerce, hither also came A gallant youth, Palemon was his name. A father's stern resentment doomed to prove, He came the victim of unhappy love. His heart for Albert's beauteous daughter bled, For her a sacred flame his bosom fed. Nor let the wretched slaves of folly scorn This genuine passion, nature's eldest born. 'Twas his with lasting anguish to complain, While blooming Anna mourned the cause in vain. Graceful of form, by nature taught to please, Of power to melt the female breast with ease, To her Palemon told his tender tale, Soft as the voice of summer's evening gale. His soul, where moral truth spontaneous grew, No guilty wish, no cruel passion knew. Though tremblingly alive to nature's laws, Yet ever firm to honor's sacred cause. O'erjoyed, he saw her lovely eyes relent, The blushing maiden smiled with sweet consent. Oft in the mazes of a neighboring grove, Unheard they breathed alternate vows of love. By fond society their passion grew, Like the young blossom fed with vernal dew, While their chaste souls possessed the pleasing pains That truth improves, and virtue ne'er restrains. In evil hour the officious tongue of fame Betrayed the secret of their mutual flame. With grief and anger struggling in his breast, Palemon's father heard the tale confessed. Long had he listened with suspicion's ear, And learnt, sagacious, this event to fear. Too well, fair youth, thy liberal heart he knew, A heart to nature's warm impressions true. Full oft his wisdom strove with fruitless toil, With avarice to pollute that generous soil. That soil, impregnated with nobler seed, Refused the culture of so rank a weed. Elate with wealth in active commerce won, And basking in the smile of fortune's sun. For many freighted ships from shore to shore Their wealthy charge by his appointment bore. With scorn the parent eyed the lowly shade That veiled the beauties of his charming maid. Indignant, he rebuked the enamored boy, The flattering promise of his future joy. He soothed and menaced, anxious to reclaim This hopeless passion, or divert its aim. Oft led the youth, where circling joys delight, The ravished sense, or beauty charms the sight. With all her powers enchanting music failed, And pleasure's siren voice no more prevailed. Long with unequal art, in vain he strove To quench the ethereal flame of ardent love. The merchant, kindling then with proud disdain, In look and voice assumed a harsher strain. In absence now his only hope remained, And such the stern decree his will ordained. Deep anguish, while Palemon heard his doom, Drew o'er his lovely face a saddening gloom. High beat his heart, fast flowed the unbidden tear, His bosom heaved with agony severe. In vain with bitter sorrow he repined, No tender pity touched that sordid mind. To thee, brave Albert, was the charge consigned. The stately ship, forsaking England's shore, to regions far remote Palaemon bore. Incapable of change, the unhappy youth still loved fair Anna with eternal truth. Still Anna's image swims before his sight, in fleeting vision through the restless night. From clime to clime, an exile doomed to roam, his heart still panted for its secret home. The moon had circled twice her wayward zone, to him since young Arion first was known, who wandering here through many a scene renowned, in Alexandria's port the vessel found, where, anxious to review his native shore, he on the roaring wave embarked once more. Oft by pale Cynthia's melancholy light, with him Palaemon kept the watch of night, in whose sad bosom many a sigh suppressed, some painful secret of the soul confessed. Perhaps Arion soon the cause divined, though shunning still to probe a wounded mind. He felt the chastity of silent woe, though glad the balm of comfort to bestow. He with Palaemon oft recounted o'er the tales of hapless love in ancient lore, recalled to memory by the adjacent shore. The scene thus present, and its story known, the lover sighed for sorrows not his own. Thus though a recent date their friendship bore, soon the ripe metal owned the quickening ore. For in one tide their passions seemed to roll, by kindred age and sympathy of soul. These o'er the inferior naval train preside, the course determine or the commerce guide. O'er all the rest, an undistinguished crew, her wing of deepest shade oblivion drew. A sullen languor still the skies oppressed, and held the unwilling ship in strong arrest. High in his chariot glowed the lamp of day, o'er Ida flaming with meridian ray. Relaxed from toil, the sailors range the shore, where famine, war, and storm are felt no more. The hour to social pleasure they resign, and black remembrance drown in generous wine. On deck, beneath the shading canvas spread, Rodman a rueful tale of wonders read, of dragons roaring on the enchanted coast, the hideous goblin and the yelling ghost. But with Arion, from the sultry heat of noon, Palaemon sought a cool retreat. And lo, the shore with mournful prospects crowned, the rampart torn with many a fatal wound, the ruined bulwark tottering o'er the strand, bewail the stroke of war's tremendous hand. What scenes of woe this hapless isle o'erspread, where late thrice 50,000 warriors bled! Full twice 12 summers were yew towers assailed, till barbarous Ottoman at last prevailed, while thundering mines the lovely plains o'erturned, while heroes fell and domes and temples burned. End of section 5. Section 6 of The Shipwreck by William Falconer. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Phil Schempf. Canto first, Part 3. But now before them happier scenes arise. Elysian vales salute their ravished eyes. Olive and cedar formed a grateful shade, where light with gay romantic error strayed. The myrtles here with fond caresses twine, there, rich with nectar, melts the pregnant vine. And lo, the stream renowned in classic song, sad Lethe, glides the silent vale along. On mossy banks, beneath the citron grove, the youthful wanderers found a wild alcove. Soft o'er the fairy region languor stole, and with sweet melancholy charmed the soul. Here first Palaemon, while his pensive mind for constellation on his friend reclined, in pity's bleeding bosom poured the stream of love's soft anguish and of grief supreme. Too true thy words, by sweet remembrance taught, my heart in secret bleeds with tender thought. In vain it courts the solitary shade, by every action, every look betrayed. The pride of generous woe disdains appeal to hearts that unrelenting frosts congeal. Yet sure, if right Palemon can divine, the sense of gentle pity dwells in thine. Yes, all his cares thy sympathy shall know, and prove the kind companion of his woe. Albert, thou knowest with skill and science graced, in humble station though by fortune placed, yet never seaman more serenely brave led Britain's conquering squadrons o'er the wave, where full in view Augusta's spires are seen, with flowery lawns and waving woods between. A peaceful dwelling stands in modest pride, where Thames slow winding rolls his ample tide. There live the hope and pleasure of his life, a pious daughter and a faithful wife. For his return, with fond officious care, still every grateful object these prepare. Whatever can allure the smell or sight, or wake the drooping spirits to delight. This blooming maid, in virtue's path to guide, the admiring parents all their care applied. Her spotless soul, to soft affection trained, no vice untuned, no sickening folly stained. Not fairer grows the lily of the vale, whose bosom opens to the vernal gale. Her eyes, unconscious of their fatal charms, thrilled every heart with exquisite alarms. Her face, in beauty's sweet attraction dressed, the smile of maiden innocence expressed. While health, that rises with the new-born day, breathed o'er her cheek the softest blush of May. Still in her look complacence smiled serene, she moved the charmer of the rural scene. 'Twas at that season when the fields resume their loveliest hues, arrayed in vernal bloom. Yon ship, rich freighted from the Italian shore, to Thames' fair banks her costly tribute bore. While thus my father saw his ample hoard, from this return with recent treasures stored. Me, with affairs of commerce charged, he sent to Albert's humble mansion. Soon I went. Too soon, alas, unconscious of the event, there, struck with sweet surprise and silent awe, the gentle mistress of my hopes I saw. There, wounded first by love's resistless arms, my glowing bosom throbbed with strange alarms. My ever-charming Anna, who alone can all the frowns of cruel fate atone? Oh, while all conscious memory holds her power, can I forget that sweetly painful hour, when from those eyes, with lovely lightning fraught, my fluttering spirits first the infection caught? When, as I gazed, my faltering tongue betrayed the heart's quick tumults, or refused its aid. While the dim light my ravished eyes forsook, and every limb unstrung with terror shook. With all her powers, dissenting reason strove to tame at first the kindling flame of love. She strove in vain. Subdued by charms divine, my soul a victim fell at beauty's shrine. Off from the din of bustling life I strayed, in happier scenes to see my lovely maid. Full oft, where Thames his wandering current leads, we rove at evening hour through flowery meads. There, while my heart's soft anguish I revealed, to her with tender sighs my hope appealed. While the sweet nymph my faithful tale believed, her snowy breast with secret tumult heaved. For trained in rural scenes from earliest youth, nature was hers, and innocence and truth. She never knew the city damsel's art, whose frothy pertness charms the vacant heart. My suit prevailed, for love informed my tongue, and on his votary's lips persuasion hung. Her eyes with conscious sympathy withdrew, and o'er her cheek the rosy current flew. Thrice happy hours, where with no dark allay life's fairest sunshine gilds the vernal day. For here the sigh that soft affection heaves from stings of sharper woe the soul relieves. Elysian scenes, too happy long to last, too soon a storm the smiling dawn o'ercast. Too soon some demon to my father bore the tidings that his heart with anguish tore. My pride to kindle with dissuasive voice, awhile he labored to degrade my choice. Then in the whirling wave of pleasure sought from its loved object to divert my thought. With equal hope he might attempt to bind in chains of adamant the lawless wind. For love had aimed the fatal shaft too sure, hope fed the wound, and absence knew no cure. With alienated look each art he saw, still baffled by superior nature's law. His anxious mind on various schemes revolved, at last on cruel exile he resolved. The rigorous doom was fixed, alas, how vain to him of tender anguish to complain. His soul that never love's sweet influence felt, by social sympathy could never melt. With stern command to Albert's charge he gave, to waft Palaemon o'er the distant wave. The ship was laden and prepared to sail, and only waited now the leading gale. 'Twas ours, in that sad period, first to prove the heartfelt torments of despairing love. The impatient wish that never feels repose, desire that with perpetual current flows. The fluctuating pangs of hope and fear, joy distant still, and sorrow ever near. Thus, while the pangs of thought severer grew, the western breezes inauspicious blew, hastening the moment of our last adieu. The vessel parted on the falling tide, yet time one sacred hour to love supplied. The night was silent, and advancing fast, the moon o'er Thames her silver mantle cast. Impatient hope the midnight path explored, and led me to the nymph my soul adored. Soon her quick footsteps struck my listening ear. She came confessed, the lovely maid drew near. But ah, what force of language can impart the impetuous joy that glowed in either heart? O ye, whose melting hearts are formed to prove the trembling ecstasies of genuine love, when with delicious agony the thought is to the verge of high delirium wrought. Your secret sympathy alone can tell what raptures then the throbbing bosom swell. O'er all the nerves what tender tumults roll, while love with sweet enchantment melts the soul. In transport lost, by trembling hope impressed, the blushing virgin sunk upon my breast, while hers congenial beat with fond alarms, dissolving softness, paradise of charms. Flashed from our eyes in warm transfusion flew our blending spirits that each other drew. O bliss supreme, where virtue's self can melt with joys that guilty pleasure never felt, formed to refine the thought with chaste desire, and kindle sweet affection's purest fire. Ah, wherefore should my hopeless love, she cries, while sorrow burst with interrupting sighs, forever destined to lament in vain, such flattering, fond ideas entertain. My heart through scenes of fair illusion strayed, to joys decreed for some superior maid. 'Tis mine, abandoned to severe distress, still to complain, and never hope redress. Go then, dear youth, thy father's rage atone, and let this tortured bosom beat alone. The hovering anger yet thou mayest appease. Go then, dear youth, nor tempt the faithless seas. Find out some happier maid, whose equal charms with fortune's fairer joys may bless thy arms, where smiling o'er thee with indulgent ray, prosperity shall hail each new-born day. Too well thou know'st good Albert's niggard fate, ill-fitted to sustain thy father's hate. Go then, I charge thee by thy generous love, that fatal to my father thus may prove. On me alone let dark affliction fall, whose heart for thee will gladly suffer all. Then haste thee hence, Palemon, ere too late, nor rashly hope to brave opposing fate. She ceased, while anguish in her angel face o'er all her beauties showered celestial grace. Not Helen, in her bridal charms arrayed, was half so lovely as this gentle maid. O soul of all my wishes, I replied, can that soft fabric stem affliction tide? Canst thou, fair emblem of exalted truth, to sorrow doom the summer of thy youth? And I, perfidious, all that sweetness see, consigned to lasting misery for me. Sooner this moment may the eternal doom Palemon in the silent earth entomb. Attest, thou moon, fair regent of the night, whose lustre sickens at this mournful sight, by all the pangs divided lovers feel, which sweet possession only knows to heal, by all the horrors brooding o'er the deep, where fate and ruin sad dominion keep. Though tyrant duty o'er me threatening stands, and claims obedience to her stern commands, should fortune cruel or auspicious prove, her smile or frown shall never change my love. My heart, that now must every joy resign, incapable of change, is only thine. Oh, cease to weep, this storm will yet decay, and the sad clouds of sorrow melt away. While through the rugged path of life we go, all mortals taste the bitter draught of woe. The famed and great, decreed to equal pain, full oft in splendid wretchedness complain. For this prosperity with brighter ray, in smiling contrast gilds our vital day. Thou too, sweet maid, ere twice 10 months are o'er, shall hail Palemon to his native shore, where never interest shall divide us more. Her struggling soul, o'erwhelmed with tender grief, now found an interval of short relief. So melts the surface of the frozen stream beneath the wintry sun's departing beam. With warning haste the shades of night withdrew, and gave the signal of a sad adieu. As on my neck the afflicted maiden hung, 1,000 racking doubts her spirit wrung. She wept the terrors of the fearful wave, too oft, alas, the wandering lover's grave. With soft persuasion I dispelled her fear, and from her cheek beguiled the falling tear. While dying fondness languished in her eyes, she poured her soul to heaven in suppliant sighs. Look down with pity, O ye powers above, who hear the sad complaint of bleeding love. Ye, who the secret laws of fate explore, alone can tell if he returns no more, or if the hour of future joy remain, long-wished atonement of long-suffered pain. Bid every guardian minister attend, and from all ill the much-loved youth defend. With grief o'erwhelmed we parted twice in vain, and urged by strong attraction met again. At last, by cruel fortune torn apart, while tender passion beat in either heart, our eyes transfixed with agonizing look, one sad farewell, one last embrace we took. Forlorn of hope, the lovely maid I left, pensive and pale, of every joy bereft. She to her silent couch retired to weep, whilst I embark in sadness on the deep. His tale thus closed, from sympathy of grief, Palemon's bosom felt a sweet relief. To mutual friendship thus sincerely true, No secret wish or fear their bosoms knew. In mutual hazards oft severely tried, nor hope nor danger could their love divide. Ye tender maids, in whose pathetic souls Compassion's sacred stream impetuous rolls, whose warm affections exquisitely feel The secret wound you tremble to reveal. Ah, may no wanderer of the stormy main Pour through your breasts the soft delicious bane. May never fatal tenderness approve The fond effusions of their ardent love. Oh, warned by friendship's counsel, learn to shun The fatal path where thousands are undone. Now as the youths, returning o'er the plain, Approach the lonely margin of the main, First with attention roused, Aryan-eyed, The graceful lover formed in nature's pride. His frame the happiest symmetry displayed, And locks of waving gold his neck arrayed. In every look the Paphian graces shine, Soft breathing o'er his cheek their bloom divine. With lightened heart he smiled serenely gay, Like young Adonis o'er the son of May. Not Cytherea from a fairer swain Received her apple on the Trojan plain. End of section 6. Section 7 of The Shipwreck by William Falconer. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Phil Schempf. Canto First, Part 4. The sun's bright orb, declining all serene, Now glanced obliquely o'er the woodland scene. Creation smiles around. On every spray The warbling birds exalt their evening lay. Blithe skipping o'er yon hill, the fleecy train Join the deep chorus of the lowing plain. The golden lime and orange there were seen, On fragrant branches of perpetual green. The crystal streams that velvet meadows lave, To the green ocean roll with chiding wave. The glassy ocean hushed, forgets to roar, But trembling murmurs on the sandy shore. And lo, his surface lovely to behold, Glows in the west, a sea of living gold. While all above, a thousand liveries gay, The skies with pomp ineffable array. Arabian sweets perfume the happy plains. Above, beneath, around, enchantment reigns. While glowing vesper leads the starry train, And night slow draws her veil o'er land and main. Emerging clouds the azure east invade, And wrap the lucid spheres in gradual shade. While yet the songsters of the vocal grove With dying numbers tune the soul to love. With joyful eyes the attentive master sees The auspicious omens of an eastern breeze. Round the charged bowl the sailors form a ring, By turns recount the wondrous tale or sing, As love or battle, hardships of the main, Or genial wine awake the homely strain. Then some the watch of night alternate keep, The rest lie buried in oblivious sleep. Deep midnight now involves the livid skies, When eastern breezes from the shore arise. The waning moon behind a watery shroud, Pale glimmered o'er the long protracted cloud. A mighty halo round her silver throne, With parting meteors crossed, portentous shone. This in the troubled sky full oft prevails, Oft deemed a signal of tempestuous gales. While young Arion sleeps, before his sight Tumultuous swim the visions of the night. Now blooming Anna with her happy swain Approach the sacred hymeneal fane. Anon tremendous lightnings flash between, And funeral pomp and the weeping loves are seen. Now with Palaemon up a rocky steep, Whose summit trembles o'er the roaring deep, With painful step he climbed, while far above Sweet Anna charmed them with the voice of love. Then sudden from the slippery height they fell, while dreadful yawned beneath the jaws of hell. Amid this fearful trance a thundering sound he hears, and thrice the hollow decks rebound. Upstarting from his couch on deck he sprung, thrice with shrill note the boatswain's whistle rung. "All hands unmoor!" proclaims a boisterous cry. "All hands unmoor!" the caverned rocks reply. Roused from repose, aloft the sailors swarm, and with their levers soon the windlass arm. The order given, upspringing with a bound, they fix the bars and heave the windlass round. At every turn the clanging pawls resound. Uptorn reluctant from its oozy cave, the ponderous anchor rises o'er the wave. High on the slippery masts the yards ascend, and far abroad the canvas wings extend. Along the glassy plain the vessel glides, while azure radiance trembles on her sides. The lunar rays in long reflection gleam, with silver deluging the fluid stream. Levant and Thracian gales alternate play, then in the Egyptian quarter die away. A calm ensues, adjacent shores they dread. The boats, with rowers manned, are sent ahead, with cordage fastened to the lofty prow, aloof to see the stately ship they tow. The nervous crew their sweeping oars extend, and pealing shouts the shore of Candia rend. Success attends their skill, the danger's o'er, the port is doubled and beheld no more. Now morn with gradual pace advanced on high, whitening with orient beam the twilight sky. She comes not in refulgent pomp arrayed, but frowning stern and wrapped in sullen shade. Above incumbent mist, tall Ida's height, tremendous rock, emerges on the sight. Northeast a league the isle of Standia bears, and westward Freshen's woody cape appears. In distant angles, while the transient gales alternate blow, they trim the flagging sails. The drowsy air, attentive to retain, as from unnumbered points it sweeps the main. Now swelling studsails on each side extend, then staysails sidelong to the breeze ascend, while all to court the veering winds are placed, with yards alternate square and sharply braced. The dim horizon lowering vapors shroud, and blot the sun yet struggling in the cloud. Through the wide atmosphere condensed with haze, his glaring orb emits a sanguine blaze. The pilots now their azimuth attend, on which all courses duly formed depend. The compass placed to catch the rising ray, the quadrant's shadows studious they survey. Along the arch the gradual index slides, while Phoebus down the vertic circle glides. Now seen on ocean's utmost verge to swim, he sweeps it vibrant with his nether limb. Thus height and polar distance are obtained, then latitude and declination gained. In Chiliads next the analogy is sought, and on the cynical triangle wrought. By this magnetic variance is explored, just angles known, and polar truth restored. The natives, while the ship departs their land, ashore with admiration gazing stand. Majestically slow before the breeze, she moved triumphant o'er the yielding seas. Her bottom through translucent water shone, white as the clouds beneath the blaze of noon. The bending whales their contrast next displayed, all fore and aft in polished jet arrayed. Britannia, riding awful on the prow, gazed o'er the vassal waves that rolled below. Where'er she moved the vassal waves were seen, to yield obsequious and confess their queen. The imperial trident graced her dexter hand, of power to rule the surge like Moses' wand, the eternal empire of the main to keep, and guide her squadrons o'er the trembling deep. Her left, propitious, bore a mystic shield, around whose margin rolls the watery field. There her bold genius, in his floating car, o'er the wild billow hurls the storm of war. And lo, the beasts that oft with jealous rage in bloody combat met from age to age, tamed into union, yoked in friendship's chain, draw his proud chariot round the vanquished main. From the proud margin to the centre grew shelves, rocks, and whirlpools, hideous to the view. The immortal shield from Neptune she received, when first her head above the waters heaved. Loose floated o'er her limbs an azure vest, a figured scutcheon glittered on her breast. There from one parent soil, forever young, the blooming rose and hardy thistle sprung. Around her head an oaken wreath was seen, inwove with laurels of unfading green. Such was the sculptured prow, from van to rear the artillery frowned, a black tremendous tier. Embalmed with orient gum, above the wave the swelling sides a yellow radiance gave. On the broad stern a pencil warm and bold, that never servile rules of art controlled. An allegoric tale on high portrayed, there a young hero, here a royal maid. Fair England's genius in the youth expressed, her ancient foe, but now her friend confessed. The warlike nymph with fond regard surveyed, no more his hostile frown her heart dismayed. His look, that once shot terror from afar, like young Alcides o'er the god of war. Serene as summer's evening skies she saw, serene yet firm, though mild impressing awe. Her nervous arm, inured to toils severe, brandished the unconquered Caledonian spear. The dreadful falchion of the hill she wore, sung to the harp in many a tale of yore, that oft her rivers dyed with hostile gore. Blue was her rocky shield, her piercing eye flashed like the meteors of her native sky. Her crest high plumed was rough with many a scar, and o'er her helmet gleamed the northern star. The warrior youth appeared of noble frame, the hardy offspring of some runic dame. Loose o'er his shoulders hung the slackened bow, renowned in song, the terror of the foe. The sword that oft the barbarous North defied, the scourge of tyrants, glittered by his side. Clad in refulgent arms in battle won, the George emblazoned on his corslet shone. Fast by his side was seen a golden lyre, pregnant with numbers of eternal fire, whose strings unlocked the witch's midnight spell, or waft rapt fancy through the gulfs of hell. Struck with contagion, kindling fancy hears the songs of heaven, the music of the spheres. Borne on Newtonian wing through air she flies, where other suns to other systems rise. These front the scene conspicuous. Overhead, Albion's proud oak his filial branches spread, while on the sea-beat shore obsequious stood, beneath their feet, the father of the flood. Here the bold native of her cliffs above, perched by the martial maid, the bird of Jove. There on the watch, sagacious of his prey, with eyes of fire, an English mastiff lay. Yonder fair Commerce stretched her winged sail, here frowned the god that wakes the living gale. High o'er the poop the flattering winds unfurled the imperial flag that rules the watery world. Deep blushing armors all the tops invest, and warlike trophies either quarter dressed. Then towered the mass, the canvas swelled on high, and waving streamers floated in the sky. Thus the rich vessel moves in trim array, like some fair virgin on her bridal day. Thus, like a swan, she cleaves the watery plain, the pride and wonder of the Aegean main. End of section 7. Section 8 of The Shipwreck by William Falconer. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Phil Schampf. Canto 2nd, the scene of which lies at sea, between Cape Freshen in Candia and the island of Falconera, which is nearly 12 leagues northward of Cape Spado. Time, from 9 in the morning until 1 o'clock of the next day at noon. Part 1. Adieu, ye pleasures of the sylvan scene, where peace and calm contentment dwell serene. To me, in vain, on earth's prolific soil, with summer crowned, the Elysian valleys smile. To me those happier scenes no joy impart, but tantalize with hope my aching heart. Ye tempests, o'er my head congenial roll, to suit the mournful music of my soul. In black progression low they hover near, hail, social horrors, like my fate severe. Old ocean hail, beneath whose azure zone the secret deep lies unexplored, unknown. Approach, ye brave companions of the sea, and fearless view this awful scene with me. Ye native guardians of your country's laws, ye brave assertors of her sacred cause, the Muse invites you, judge if she depart unequal from the thorny rules of art. In practice trained, and conscious of her power, she boldly moves to meet the trying hour. Her voice attempting themes before unknown, to music sings distresses all her own. End of section 8. Section 9 of The Shipwreck by William Falconer. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Phil Schampf. Canto 2nd, Part 2. O'er the smooth bosom of the faithless tides, propelled by flattering gales, the vessel glides. Rodman, exulting, felt the auspicious wind, and by a mystic charm its aim confined. The thoughts of home that o'er his fancy roll, with trembling joy dilate Palaemon's soul. Hope lifts his heart, before whose vivid ray distress recedes, and danger melts away. Tall Ida's summit now more distant grew, and Jove's high hill was rising to the view, when on the larboard quarter they descry a liquid column towering shoot on high. The foaming base the angry whirlwinds sweep, where curling billows rouse the fearful deep. Still round and round the fluid vortex flies, diffusing briny vapors o'er the skies. This vast phenomenon, whose lofty head in heaven immersed, embracing clouds o'erspread, in spiral motion first, as seamen deem, swells when the raging whirlwind sweeps the stream. The swift volution and the enormous train, let sages versed in nature's lore explain. The horrid apparition still draws nigh, and white with foam the whirling billows fly. The guns were primed, the vessel northward veers, till her black battery on the column bears. The niter fired, and while the dreadful sound convulsive shook the slumbering air around, the watery volume trembling to the sky, burst down a dreadful deluge from on high. The expanding ocean trembled as it fell, and felt with swift recoil her surges swell. But soon, this transient undulation o'er, the sea subsides, the whirlwinds rage no more. While southward now the increasing breezes veer, dark clouds incumbent on their wings appear. In front they view the consecrated grove of cypress, sacred once to Cretan Jove. The thirsty canvas, all around supplied, still drinks unquenched the full aerial tide. And now approaching near the lofty stern, a shoal of sportive dolphins they discern, beaming from burnished scales refulgent rays, till all the glowing ocean seems to blaze. In curling wreaths they wanton on the tide, now bound aloft, now downward swiftly glide. A while beneath the waves their tracks remain, and burn in silver streams along the liquid plain. Soon to the sport of death the crew repair, dart the long lance, and spread the baited snare. One in redoubling mazes wheels along, and glides unhappy near the triple prong. Rodman, unerring, o'er his head suspends the barbed steel, and every turn attends. Unerring aimed, the missile weapon flew, and plunging struck the fated victim through. The upturning points his ponderous bulk sustain. On deck he struggles with convulsive pain. But while his heart the fatal javelin thrills, and flitting life escapes in sanguine rills, what radiant changes strike the astonished sight! What glowing hues of mingled shade and light! Not equal beauties gild the lucid west, with parting beams all o'er profusely dressed. Not lovelier colors paint the vernal dawn, when orient dews impearl the enamelled lawn, than from his sides in bright suffusion flow, that now with gold imperial seem to glow. Now in pellucid sapphires meet the view, and emulate the soft celestial hue. Now beam a flaming crimson on the eye, and now assume the purple's deeper dye. But here description clouds each shining ray. What terms of art can nature's powers display? Now while on high the freshening gale she feels, the ship beneath her lofty pressure reels. The lighter sails, for summer winds and seas, are now dismissed, the straining masts to ease. Swift on the deck the studsails all descend, which ready seamen from the yards unbend. The boats then hoisted in are fixed on board, and on the deck with fastening gripes secured. The watchful ruler of the helm no more with fixed attention eyes the adjacent shore, but by the oracle of truth below, the wondrous magnet guides the wayward prow. The powerful sails with steady breezes swelled, swift and more swift the yielding bark impelled. Across her stem the parting waters run, as clouds, by tempests wafted, pass the sun. Impatient thus she darts along the shore, till Ida's mount and Jove's are seen no more. And, while aloof from Retimo she steers, Malacca's foreland full in front appears. Wide o'er yon isthmus stands the cypress grove, that once enclosed the hallowed fane of Jove. Here too memorial of his name is found, a tomb in marble ruins on the ground. This gloomy tyrant, whose despotic sway compelled the trembling nations to obey, through Greece for murder, rape, and incest known, the Muses raised to high Olympus' throne. For oft, alas, their vernal strains adorn the prince, whom blushing virtue holds in scorn. Still Rome and Greece record his endless fame, and hence yon mountain yet retains his name. But see, in confluence born before the blast, clouds rolled on clouds the dusky noon o'ercast. The blackening ocean curls, the winds arise, and dark scud in swift succession flies, while the swollen canvas bends the masts on high. Low in the wave the leeward cannon lie. The master calls to give the ship relief. The topsails lower and form a single reef. Each lofty yard with slackened cordage reels, rattle the creaking blocks and ringing wheels. Down the tall mast the topsails sink amain, are manned and reefed, then hoisted up again. More distant grew receding Candia's shore, and southward of the west Cape Spado bore. 4 hours the sun his high meridian thrown had left, and o'er Atlantic regions shone. Still blacker clouds, that all the skies invade, draw o'er his sullied orb a dismal shade. A squall deep lowering blots the southern sky, before whose boisterous breath the waters fly. Its weight the topsails can no more sustain. Reef, topsails, reef! The master calls again. The halyards and the top bowlines soon are gone, to clew lines and reef tackles next they run. The shivering sails descend, the yards are square, then quick aloft the ready crew repair. The weather ear-rings and the lee they passed, the reefs enrolled and every point made fast. Their task above thus finished, they descend, and vigilant the approaching squall attend. It comes resistless, and with foaming sweep upturns the whitening surface of the deep. In such a tempest, born to deeds of death, the wayward sisters scour the blasted heath. The clouds, with ruin pregnant, now impend, and storm and cataract tumultuous blend. Deep on her side the reeling vessel lies. "Brail up the mizzen quick!" the master cries. "Man the clew garnets, let the main sheet fly!" It rends in thousand shivering shreds on high. The mainsail all in streaming ruins tore. Loud fluttering imitates the thunder's roar. The ship still labors in the oppressive strain, low bending as if ne'er to rise again. "Bear up the helm a-weather!" Rodman cries. Swift at the word, the helm a-weather flies. She feels its guiding power and veers apace, and now the foresail right athwart they brace. With equal sheets restrained, the bellying sail spreads a broad concave to the sweeping gale, while o'er the foam the ship impetuous flies. The helm the attentive timoneer applies. As in pursuit along the aerial way, with ardent eye the falcon marks his prey. Each motion watches of the doubtful chase, obliquely wheeling through the liquid space. So, governed by the steersman's glowing hands, the regent helm her motion still commands. But now, the transient squall to leeward past, again she rallies to the sullen blast. The helm to starboard moves. Each shivering sail is sharply trimmed to class the augmenting gale. The mizzen draws, she springs aloof once more, while the forestaysail balances before. The foresail braced obliquely to the wind, they near the prow the extended tack confined. Then on the leeward sheet the seamen bend, and haul the bowline to the bowsprit end. To topsails next they haste, the buntline's gone. Through rattling blocks the clew lines swiftly run. The extending sheets on either side are manned. Abroad they come, the fluttering sails expand. The yards again ascend each comrade mast. The leeches taut the halyards are made fast. The bowlines hauled, and yards to starboard braced, and straggling ropes in pendant order placed. The mainsail, by the squall so lately rent, in streaming pendants flying is unbent. With brails refixed, another soon prepared, ascending, spreads along beneath the yard. To each yard arm the head rope they extend, and soon their earrings and their robins bend. That task performed, they first the braces slack, then to the chest tree drag the unwilling tack. And, while the lee clew garnets lowered away, taut aft the sheet they tally and belay. Now to the north, from Afric's burning shore, a troop of porpoises their course explore. In curling wreaths they gambol on the tide, now bound aloft, now down the billow glide. Their tracks awhile the hoary waves retain, that burn in sparkling trails along the main. these fleetest coursers of the finny race, when threatening clouds the ethereal vault deface, their route to leeward still sagacious form, to shun the fury of the approaching storm. End of section 9. Section 10 of The Shipwreck by William Falconer. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Phil Shempf. Canto 2nd, Part 3. Fair Candia now no more beneath her lee protects the vessel from the insulting sea. Round her broad arms, impatient of control, roused from the secret deep, the billows roll. Sunk were the bulwarks of the friendly shore, and all the scene a hostile aspect wore. The flattering wind, that late with promised aid, from Candia's bay the unwilling ship betrayed, no longer fawns beneath the fair disguise, but like a ruffian on his quarry flies. Tossed on the tide she feels the tempest blow, and dreads the vengeance of so fell a foe. As the proud horse with costly trappings gay, exulting prances to the bloody fray, spurning the ground he glories in his might, but reels tumultuous in the shock of fight. Even so, caparisoned in gaudy pride, the bounding vessel dances on the tide. Fierce and more fierce the gathering tempest grew, south and by west the threatening demon blew. The ship no longer can her topsails spread, and every hope of fairer skies is fled. Bowlines and halyards are cast off again, clewlines hauled down and sheets let fly amain. Embrailed each topsail, and by braces squared, the seamen climb aloft, and man each yard. They furled the sails, and pointed to the wind the yards, by rolling tackles then confined, while o'er the ship the gallant boatswain flies, like a hoarse mastiff through the storm he cries. Prompt to direct the unskilful still appears, the expert he praises, and the timid cheers. Now some to strike top-gallant yards attend, some travellers up the weathered backstays send. At each masthead the top ropes others bend, the perils, lifts, and clewlines soon are gone. Topped and unrigged they down the backstays run. The yards secure along the booms were laid, and all the flying ropes aloft belayed. Their sails reduced, and all the rigging clear, awhile the crew relax from toils severe. Awhile their spirits with fatigue oppressed, in vain expect the alternate hour of rest. But with redoubling force the tempests blow, and watery hills in dread succession flow. A dismal shade o'ercasts the frowning skies, new troubles grow, new difficulties rise. No season this from duty to descend, all hands on deck must now the storm attend. His race performed, the sacred lamp of day now dipped in western clouds his parting ray. His languid fires, half lost in ambient haze, refract along the dusk a crimson blaze, till deep immerged the sickening orb descends, and cheerless night o'er heaven her reign extends. Sad evening's hour, how different from the past! No flaming pomp, no blushing glories cast, no ray of friendly light is seen around. The moon and stars in hopeless shade are drowned. The ship no longer can her courses bear, to reef them now becomes the master's care. The sailors summoned aft all ready stand, and man the enfolding brails at his command. But here the doubtful officers dispute, till skill and judgment prejudice confute. For Rodman, to new methods still a foe, would first at all events the sheet let go. To long-tried practice obstinately warm, he doubts conviction and relies on form. This Albert and Arian disprove, and first to brail the tack up firmly move. The watchful seaman, whose sagacious eye on sure experience may with truth rely, who from the reigning cause foretells the effect, this barbarous practice ever will reject. For fluttering loose in air the rigid sail soon flits to ruins in the furious gale, and he who strives the tempest to disarm will never first embrail the lee yard arm. So Albert spoke. To windward at his call some seamen the clew garnet stand to haul. The tack eased off, while the involving clew between the pendant blocks ascending flew. The sheet and weather brace they now stand by, the lee clew garnet and the buntlines ply. Then, all prepared, "Let go the sheet!" he cries. Loud rattling, jarring, through the blocks it flies. Shivering at first, till by the blast impelled, high o'er the lee yard arm the canvas swelled. By spilling lines embraced, with brails confined, it lies at length unshaken by the wind. The foresail then secured with equal care, again to reef the mainsail they repair, while some above the yard o'erhaul the tie, below the downhauled tackle others ply. Jeers, lifts, and brails a seaman each attends, and down the mast its mighty yard descends. When lowered sufficient they securely brace, and fill the rolling tackle in its place. The reef lines and their ear-rings now prepared, mounting on pliant shrouds they man the yard. Far on the extremes appear two able hands, for no inferior skill this task demands. To windward, foremost young Arion strides, the lee yard arm the gallant boatswain rides. Each earring to its cringle first they bend, the reef band then along the yard extends. The circling ear-ring round the extremes entwined, by outer and inner turns they bind. The reef lines next from hand to hand receive, through eyelet holes and roben legs were reeved. The folding reefs in plaits enrolled they lay, extend the warming lines and ends belay. Hadst thou, Arion, held the leeward post, while on the yard by mountain billows tossed, perhaps oblivion o'er our tragic tale had then forever drawn her dusky veil. But ruling heaven prolonged thy vital date, severer ills to suffer and relate. For, while aloft the order those attend to furl the mainsail or on deck descend, a sea, upsurging with stupendous roll, to instant ruin seems to doom the whole. O friends, secure your hold, Arion cries. It comes all dreadful, down the vessel lies, half buried sideways, while beneath it tossed, 4 seamen off the lee yard arm are lost. Torn with resistless fury from their hold, in vain their struggling arms the yard enfold. In vain to grapple flying ropes they try, the ropes, alas, a solid grip deny. Prone on the midnight surge with panting breath, they cry for aid and long contend with death. High o'er their heads the rolling billows sweep, and down they sink in everlasting sleep. Bereft of power to help, their comrades see the wretched victims die beneath the lee. With fruitless sorrow their lost state bemoan, perhaps a fatal prelude to their own. In dark suspense on deck the pilots stand, nor can determine on the next command, though still they knew the vessel's armed side impenetrable to the clasping tide. Though still the waters by no secret wound a passage to her deep recesses found. Surrounding evils yet they pondered o'er, a storm, a dangerous sea, and leeward shore. Should they, though reefed, again their sails extend, again in shivering streamers they may rend. Or should they stand beneath the oppressive strain, the down-pressed ship may never rise again. too late to weather now Moria's land, and drifting fast on Athens' rocky strand. Thus they lament the consequence severe, where perils unallayed by hope appear. Long pondering in their minds each feared event, at last to furl the courses they consent. That done, to reef the mizzen next agree, and try beneath it sidelong in the sea. Now down the mast the yard they lower away, then jeers and topping lift secure belay. The head with doubling canvas fenced around, in balance near the lofty peak they bound. The reef enwrapped, the inserted nittles tied, the halyard's throat and peak are next applied. The order given, the yard aloft they swayed, the brails relaxed, the extended sheet belayed. The helm its post forsook, and lashed a lee, inclined the wayward prow to front the sea. End of section 10. Section 11 of The Shipwreck by William Falconer. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Phil Schempf. Canto 2nd, Part 4. When sacred Orpheus on the Stygian coast with notes divine deplored his consort lost, though round him perils grew in fell array, and fates and furies stood to bar his way, not more adventurous was the attempt to move the infernal powers with strains of heavenly love, than mine to bid the unwilling muse explore the wilderness of rude mechanic lore. Such arduous toil sage Daedalus endured, in mazes self-invented, long immured, till genius her superior aid bestowed, to guide him through that intricate abode. Thus long imprisoned in a rugged way, where Phoebus' daughters never aim to stray, the muse that tuned to barbarous sounds her string, now spreads, like Daedalus, a bolder wing. The verse begins in softer strains to flow, replete with sad variety of woe. As yet, amid this elemental war, where desolation in his gloomy car triumphant rages round the starless void, and fate on every billow seems to ride, nor toil, nor hazard, nor distress appear to sink the seamen with unmanly fear. Though their firm hearts no pageant honor boast, they scorn the wretch that trembles at his post, who from the face of danger strives to turn, indignant from the social hour they spurn. Though now full oft they felt the raging tide in proud rebellion climb the vessel's side, though every rising wave more dreadful grows, and in succession dire the deck o'erflows. No future ills unknown their souls appall, they know no danger, or they scorn it all. But even the generous spirits of the brave, subdued by toil, a friendly respite crave. A short repose alone their thoughts implore, their harassed powers by slumber to restore. For other cares the master's mind employ, approaching perils all his hopes destroy. In vain he spreads the graduated chart, and bounds the distance by the rules of art. Across the geometric plane expands the compass to circumjacent lands. Ungrateful task, for no asylum found, death yawns on every leeward shore around. While Albert thus, with horrid doubts dismayed, the geometric distances surveyed, on deck the watchful rodman cries aloud, "Secure your lives! Grasp every man a shroud!" Roused from his trance, he mounts with eyes aghast, when o'er the ship, in undulation vast, a giant surge down rushes from on high, and fore and aft dissevered ruins lie, as when Britannia's empire to maintain great hawk descends in thunder on the main. Around the brazen voice of battle roars, And fatal lightnings blast the hostile shores. Beneath the storm their shattered navies groan, The trembling deep recoils from zone to zone. Thus the torn vessel felt the enormous stroke, The boats beneath the thundering deluge broke. Torn from their planks the cracking ring bolts drew, And gripes and lashings all asunder flew. Companion, binnacle, in floating wreck, With compasses and glasses strewed the deck. The balanced mizzen, rending to the head, In fluttering fragments from its bolt rope fled. The sides convulsive shook on groaning beams, And rent with labor yawn their pitchy seams. They sound the well, and terrible to hear, 5 feet immersed along the line appear. At either pump they ply the clanking brake, And turn by turn the ungrateful office take. Rodman, Arian, and Paleman here, At this sad task all diligent appear. As some strong citadel begirt with foes Tries long the tide of ruin to oppose. Destruction near her spreads his black array, And death and sorrow mark his horrid way. Till in some destined hour against her wall In tenfold rage the fatal thunders fall. It breaks, it bursts before the cannonade, And following hosts the shattered domes invade. Her inmates long repel the hostile flood, And shield their sacred charge in streams of blood. So the brave mariners their pumps attend, And help incessant by rotation lend. But all in vain, for now the sounding cord Updrawn, an undiminished depth explored. Nor this severe distress is found alone. The ribs, oppressed by ponderous cannon, groan, Deep rolling from the watery volume's height. The tortured sides seem bursting with their weight. So reels Pelorus with convulsive throes, When in his veins the burning earthquake glows. Hoarse through his entrails roars the infernal flame, And central thunders rend his groaning frame. Accumulated mischiefs thus arise, And fate, vindictive, all their skill defies. For this, one remedy is only known: From the torn ship her metal must be thrown. Eventful task, which last distress requires, And dread of instant death alone inspires. For while intent the yawning decks to ease, Filled ever and anon with rushing seas, Some fatal billow with recoiling sweep May whirl the helpless wretches in the deep. No season this for counsel or delay, Too soon the eventful moments haste away. Here perseverance, with each help of art, Must join the boldest efforts of the heart. These only now their misery can relieve, These only now a dawn of safety give. While o'er the quivering deck from van to rear Broad surges roll in terrible career. Rodman, Arian, and a chosen crew This office in the face of death pursue. The wheeled artillery o'er the deck to guide, Rodman descending claim the weather side. Fearless of heart the chief his orders gave, Fronting the rude assaults of every wave. Like some strong watchtower nodding o'er the deep, Whose rocky base the foaming waters sweep. Untamed he stood, the stern aerial war Had marked his honest face with many a scar. Meanwhile Arian, traversing the waste, The cordage of the leeward guns unbraced, And pointed crows beneath the metal placed. Watching the roll, their forelocks they withdrew, And from their beds the reeling cannon threw. Then from the windward battlements unbound, Rodman's associates wheeled the artillery round. Pointed with iron fangs their bars beguile The ponderous arms across the steep defile. Then, hurled from sounding hinges o'er the side, thundering they plunge into the flashing tide. The ship thus eased, some little respite finds in this rude conflict of the seas and winds. Such ease Alcides felt when, clogged with gore, the envenomed mantle from his side he tore. When, stung with burning pain, he strove too late to stop the swift career of cruel fate. Yet then his heart one ray of hope procured, sad harbinger of sevenfold pangs endured. Such and so short the pause of woe she found, Cimmerian darkness shades the deep around, save when the lightnings in terrific blaze deluged the cheerless gloom with horrid rays. Above, all ether fraught with scenes of woe, with grim destruction threatens all below. Beneath the storm-lashed surges furious rise, and wave uprolled on wave assails the skies. With ever-floating bulwarks they surround the ship, half swallowed in the black profound. With ceaseless hazard and fatigue oppressed, dismay and anguish every heart possessed. For while, with sweeping inundation o'er the sea-beat ship the booming waters roar, displaced beneath by her capacious womb, they rage their ancient station to resume. By secret ambushes their force to prove, through many a winding channel first they rove, till gathering fury, like the fevered blood, through her dark veins they rolled a rapid flood. When unrelenting thus the leaks they found, the pumps with ever clanking strokes resound. Around each leaping valve by toil subdued, the tough bullhide must ever be renewed. Their sinking hearts unusual horrors chill, and down their weary limbs thick dews distil. No ray of light their dying hope redeems, pregnant with some new woe each moment teems. Again the chief the instructive chart extends, and o'er the figured plain attentive bends. To him the motion of each orb was known, that wheels around the sun's refulgent throne. But here, alas, his science naught avails, skill droops unequal, and experience fails. The different traverses since twilight made, he on the hydrographic circle laid. Then in the graduated arch contained, the angle of leeway 7 points remained. Her place discovered by the rules of art, unusual terror shook the master's heart. When on the immediate line of drift he found the rugged isle, with rocks and breakers bound, of Falconer, distant only now 9 lessening leagues beneath the leeward bow. For if on those destructive shallows tossed, the helpless bark with all her crew are lost, as fatal still appears that danger o'er the steep St. George and rocky Gardelore. With him the pilots of their hopeless state in mournful consultation now debate. Not more perplexing doubts her chiefs appall, when some proud city verges to her fall, while ruin glares around, and pale affright convenes her councils in the dead of night. No blazoned trophies o'er their conclave spread, nor storied pillars raised aloft their head, but here the Queen of Shade around them threw her dragon wing, disastrous to the view. Dire was the scene with whirlwind, hail, and shower, black melancholy ruled the fearful hour. Beneath tremendous rolled the flashing tide, where fate on every billow seemed to ride. Enclosed with ills, by peril unsubdued, great in distress the master seaman stood, skilled to command, deliberate to advise, expert in action, and in counsel wise. Thus to his partners, by the crew unheard, the dictates of his soul the chief referred. Ye faithful mates, who all my troubles share, approved companions of your master's care. To you, alas, 'twere fruitless now to tell our sad distress, already known too well. This morn with favouring gales the port we left, though now of every flattering hope bereft. No skill nor long experience could forecast the unseen approach of this destructive blast. These seas, where storms at various seasons blow, no reigning winds nor certain omens know. The hour, the occasion, all your skill demands. A leaky ship, and bayed by dangerous lands. Our bark no transient jeopardy surrounds. Groaning she lies beneath unnumbered wounds. 'Tis ours the doubtful remedy to find, to shun the fury of the seas and wind. For in this hollow swell, with labour sore, her flank can bear the bursting floods no more. Only one shift, though desperate, we must try, and that before the boisterous storm to fly. Then less her sides will feel the surge's power, which thus may soon the foundering hull devour. 'Tis true, the vessel and her costly freight to me consigned my orders only wait. Yet since the charge of every life is mine, to equal votes our counsels I resign. Forbid it, Heaven, that in this dreadful hour I claim the dangerous reins of purblind power. But should we now resolve to bear away, our hopeless state can suffer no delay. Nor can we, thus bereft of every sail, attempt to steer obliquely on the gale. For then, if broaching sideway to the sea, our dropsied ship may founder by the lee. Vain all endeavours then to bear away, nor helm nor pilot would she more obey. He said, the listening mates with fixed regard and silent reverence his opinion heard. Important was the question in debate, and o'er their counsels hung impending fate. Rodman, in many a scene of peril tried, had oft the master's happier skill descried. Yet now, the hour, the scene, the occasion known, perhaps with equal right preferred his own. Of long experience in the naval art, blunt was his speech, and naked was his heart. Alike to him each climate and each blast, the first in danger, in retreat the last. Sagacious, balancing the oppositive vents, from Albert his opinion thus dissents. Too true the perils of the present hour, where toils succeeding toils are strength or power. Our bark, 'tis true, no shelter here can find, sore shattered by the ruffian seas and wind. Yet where with safety can we dare to scud before this tempest and pursuing flood? At random driven to present death we haste, and one short hour perhaps may be our last. Though Corinth's gulf extend along the lee, to whose safe ports appears a passage free, yet think, this furious unremitting gale deprives the ship of every ruling sail. And if before it she directly flies, new ills enclose us, and new dangers rise. Here Falconera spreads her lurking snares, there distant Greece her rugged shelves prepares. Our hull, if once it strikes that iron coast, asunder bursts, in instant ruin lost. Nor she alone, but with her all the crew, beyond relief, are doomed to perish too. Such mischiefs follow if we bear away. O safer that sad refuge to delay. Then of our purpose this appears the scope, to weigh the danger with the doubtful hope. Though sorely buffeted by every sea, our hull unbroken long may try a lee. The crew, though harassed much with toils severe, still at their pumps perceive no hazards near. Shall we incautious then the danger tell, at once their courage and their hope to quell? Prudence forbids, This southern tempest soon may change its quarter with the changing moon. Its rage, though terrible, may soon subside, nor into mountains lash the unruly tide. These leaks shall then decrease, the sails once more direct our course to some relieving shore. Thus while he spoke, around from man to man at either pump a hollow murmur ran. For while the vessel through unnumbered chinks, above, below, the invading water drinks, sounding her depth they eyed the wetted scale, and lo, the leaks o'er all their powers prevail. Yet at their post by terrors unsubdued, they with redoubling force their task pursued. And now the senior pilot seemed to wait Arion's voice to close the dark debate. Not o'er his vernal life the ripening sun had yet progressive twice 10 summers run. Slow to debate, yet eager to excel, in thy sad school, stern Neptune, taught too well. With lasting pain to rend his youthful heart, dire fate in venom dipped her keenest dart, till his firm spirit, tempered long to ill, forgot her persecuting scourge to feel. But now the horrors that around him roll thus rouse to action his rekindling soul. Can we, delayed in this tremendous tide, a moment pause what purpose to decide? Alas, from circling horrors thus combined, one method of relief alone we find. Thus waterlogged, thus helpless to remain amid this hollow, how ill-judged, how vain! Our sea-breached vessel can no longer bear the floods that o'er her burst in dread career. The laboring hull already seems half filled with water through 100 leaks distilled. Thus drenched by every wave, her riven deck, stripped and defenseless, floats a naked wreck. At every pitch the overwhelming billows bend, beneath their load the quivering bowsprits end. A fearful warning, since the masts on high on that support with trembling hope rely. At either pump our seamen pant for breath, in dire dismay anticipating death. Still all our powers the increasing leaks defy. We sink at sea, no shore, no haven nigh. One dawn of hope yet breaks athwart the gloom, to light and save us from a watery tomb. That bids us shun the death impending here, fly from the following blast, and shoreward steer. 'Tis urged indeed the fury of the gale precludes the help of ever-guiding sail, and driven before it on the watery waste, to rocky shores and scenes of death we haste. But haply Falconer we may shun, and far to Grecian coasts is yet the run. Less harassed then our scudding ship may bear the assaulting surge repelled upon her rear. And since as soon that tempest may decay, when steering shoreward, wherefore thus delay? Should we at last be driven by dire decree too near the fatal margin of the sea, the hull dismasted there a while may ride, with lengthened cables on the raging tide. Perhaps kind Heaven, with interposing power, may curb the tempest ere that dreadful hour. But here, engulfed and foundering, while we stay, Fate hovers o'er and marks us for her prey. He said, Palemon saw with grief of heart the storm prevailing o'er the pilot's heart. In silent terror and distress involved, he heard their last alternative resolved. I beat his bosom, with such fear subdued, beneath the gloom of some enchanted wood. Oft in old time the wandering swain explored the midnight wizards, breathing rites abhorred. Trembling approach their incantations fell, and chilled with horror heard the songs of hell. Arion saw, with secret anguish moved, the deep affliction of the friend he loved, and all awake to friendship's genial heat, his bosom felt consenting tremors beat. Alas, no season this for tender love, far hence the music of the myrtle grove. He tried with soft persuasion's melting lore, Palemon's fainting courage to restore. His wounded spirit healed with friendship's balm, and bade each conflict of the mind be calm. Now had the pilots all the events revolved, and on their final refuge thus resolved, when, like the faithful shepherd who beholds some prowling wolf approach his fleecy folds, to the brave crew whom racking doubts perplex, the dreadful purpose Albert thus directs. Unhappy partners in a wayward fate, whose courage now is known perhaps too late, ye, who unmoved behold this angry storm, in conflict all the rolling deep deform, who, patient in adversity, still bear the firmest front when greatest ills are near. The truth, though painful, I must now reveal, that long in vain I proposed to conceal. Engulfed, all help of art we vainly try, to weather leeward shores, alas, too nigh. Our crazy bark no longer can abide the seas that thunder o'er her battered side. And while the leaks a fatal warning give, that in this raging sea she cannot live, one only refuge from despair we find, at once to wear and scud before the wind. Perhaps even then to ruin we may steer, for rocky shores beneath our lee appear. But that's remote, and instant death is here. Yet there, by heaven's assistance, we may gain some creek or inlet of the Grecian main, or sheltered by some rock at anchor ride, till with abating rage the blast subside. But if determined by the will of heaven, our helpless bark at last ashore is driven, these counsels followed from a watery grave, our crew perhaps amid the surf may save. And first let all our axes be secured, to cut the masts and rigging from aboard. Then to the quarters bind each plank and oar, to float between the vessel and the shore. The longest cordage too must be conveyed on deck, and to the weather rails belayed. So they who haply reach alive the land, the extended lines may fasten on the strand. Whene'er loud thundering on the leeward shore, while yet aloof we hear the breakers roar. Thus for the terrible event prepared, brace fore and aft to starboard every yard. So shall our masts swim lighter on the wave, and from the broken rocks our seamen save. Then westward turn the stern, that every mast may shoreward fall as from the vessel cast. When o'er her side once more the billows bound, ascend the rigging till she strikes the ground. And when you hear aloft the dreadful shock, that strikes her bottom on some pointed rock, the boldest of our sailors must descend, the dangerous business of the deck to tend. Then burst the hatches off, and every stay, and every fastening lanyard cut away. Planks, gratings, booms, and rafts to leeward cast. Then with redoubled strokes attack each mast, that buoyant lumber may sustain you o'er the rocky shelves and ledges to the shore. But as your firmest succor till the last, O cling securely on each faithful mast. Though great the danger and the task severe, yet bow not to the tyranny of fear. If once that slavish yoke your souls subdue, adieu to hope, to life itself adieu. I know among you some have oft beheld a bloodhound train, by rapine lust impelled, on England's cruel coast impatient stand, to rob the wanderers wrecked upon their strand. These, while their savage office they pursue, oft wound to death the helpless plundered crew, who, 'scaped from every horror of the main, implored their mercy, but implored in vain. Yet dread not this, a crime to Greece unknown. Such bloodhounds all her circling shores disown. Her sons, by barbarous tyranny oppressed, can share affliction with the wretch distressed. Their hearts, by cruel fate inured to grief, oft to the friendless stranger yield relief. With conscious horror struck, the naval band detested for a while their native land. They cursed the sleeping vengeance of the laws, that thus forgot her guardian sailor's cause. Meanwhile the master's voice again they heard, whom as with filial duty all revered. No more remains, but now a trusty band must ever at the pumps industrious stand. And while with us the rest attend to wear, two skilful seamen to the helm repair. And thou, eternal power, whose awful sway the storms revere, and the roaring seas obey, on thy supreme assistance we rely, thy mercy supplicate, if doomed to die. Perhaps this storm is sent with healing breath, from neighboring shores to scourge disease and death. 'Tis ours on thine unerring laws to trust. With thee, great Lord, whatever is just. He said, and with consenting reverence fraught, the sailors joined his prayer in silent thought. His intellectual eye, serenely bright, saw distant objects with prophetic light. Thus in a land that lasting wars oppress, that groans beneath misfortune and distress, whose wealth to conquering armies falls a prey, till all her vigor, pride, and fame decay, some bold, sagacious statesman from the helm sees desolation gathering o'er his realm. He darts around his penetrating eyes, where dangers grow and hostile unions rise. With deep attention marks the invading foe, eludes their wiles, and frustrates every blow. Tries his last art the tottering state to save, or in its ruins finds a glorious grave. Still in the yawning trough the vessel reels, engulfed beneath two fluctuating hills. On either side they rise, tremendous scene, a long dark melancholy veil between. The balanced ship, now forward, now behind, still felt the impression of the waves and wind, and to the right and left by turns inclined. But Albert from behind the balance drew, and on the prow its doubled efforts threw. The order now was given to bear away. The order given, the timoneers obey. Both staysail sheets to midships were conveyed, and round the foremost on each side belayed. Thus ready to the halyards they apply. They hoist, away the flitting ruins fly. Yet Albert new resources still prepares, conceals his grief, and doubles all his cares. Away there! Lower the mizzen yard on deck, he calls, and brace the foremost yards aback. His great example every bosom fires, new life rekindles, and new hope inspires, while to the helm unfaithful still she lies. One desperate remedy at last he tries. Haste, with your weapons cut the shrouds and stay, and hew at once the mizzen mast away, he said. To cut the girding stay they run. Soon on each side the several shrouds are gone. Fast by the fated pine bold Rodman stands, the impatient axe hung gleaming in his hands. Brandished on high, it fell with dreadful sound. The tall mast groaning felt the deadly wound. Deep gashed beneath, the tottering structure rings, and crashing, thundering, o'er the quarter swings. Thus, when some limb convulsed with pangs of death imbibes the gangrene's pestilential breath, the experienced artist from the blood betrays the latent venom, or its course delays. But if the infection triumphs o'er his art, tainting the vital stream that warms the heart, resolved at last, he quits the unequal strife, severs the member, and preserves the life. End of section 11. Section 12 of The Shipwreck by William Falconer. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Phil Shempf. Canto Third, the scene of which extends from that part of the archipelago lying 10 miles to the northward of Falconer to Cape Colonna in Attica. Time, about 7 hours, from 1 until 8 in the morning. Part 1. When in a barbarous age, with blood defiled, the human savage roamed the gloomy wild, when sullen ignorance her flag displayed, and rapine and revenge her voice obeyed, sent from the shores of light the Muses came, the dark and solitary race to tame, the war of lawless passions to control, to melt in tender sympathy the soul, the heart's remote recesses to explore, and touch its springs when prose availed no more. The kindling spirit caught the imperial ray, and glowed congenial with the swelling lay. Roused from the chaos of primeval night, at once fair truth and reason sprung to light. When great Meonides in rapid song the thundering tide of battle rolls along, each ravished bosom feels the high alarms, and all the burning pulses beat to arms. Hence war's terrific glory to display became the theme of every epic lay. But when his strings with mournful magic tell what dire distress Laertes' son befell, the strains, meandering through the maze of woe, bid sacred sympathy the heart o'erflow. Far through the boundless realms of thought he springs, from earth upborne on Pegasean wings, while distant poets, trembling as they view his sunward flight, the dazzling track pursue. His magic voice that rouses and delights, allures and guides to climb Olympian heights. But I, alas, through scenes bewildered stray, far from the light of his unerring ray, while all unused the wayward path to tread, darkling I wander, with prophetic dread. To me in vain the bold Meonian lyre awakes the numbers fraught with living fire. Full oft, indeed, that mournful harp of yore wept the sad wanderer lost upon the shore. But o'er that scene the impatient numbers ran, subservient only to a nobler plan. 'Tis mine the unravelled prospect to display, and chain the events in regular array. Though hard the task to sing in varied strains, while all unchanged the tragic theme remains. Thrice happy might the secret powers of art unlock the latent windings of the heart. Might the sad numbers draw compassion's tear for kindred miseries oft beheld too near, for kindred wretches oft in ruin cast on Albion's strand beneath the wintry blast. For all the pangs, the complicated woe, her bravest sons, her faithful sailors know. So pity, gushing o'er each British breast, might sympathize with Britain's sons' distress. For this my theme through mazes I pursue, which nor Meonides nor Maro knew. End of section 12. Section 13 of The Shipwreck by William Falconer. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Phil Shempf. Canto Third, Part 2. A while the mast in ruins drag behind, balance the impression of the helm and wind. The wounded serpent, agonized with pain, thus trails his mangled volume on the plain. But now the wreck dissevered from the rear, the long reluctant prow began to veer, while round before the enlarging wind it falls. Square fore and aft yards, the master calls. You timoneers, her motion still attend, for on your steerage all our lives depend. So steady, meet her, watch the blast behind, and steer her right before the seas and wind. Starboard again, the watchful pilot cries. Starboard! the obedient timoneer replies. Then back to port, revolving at command, the wheel rolls swiftly through each glowing hand. The ship, no longer foundering by the lee, bears on her side the invasions of the sea. All lonely o'er the desert waste she flies, scourged on by surges, storms, and bursting skies. As when enclosing harpooneers assail in Hyperborean seas the slumbering whale, soon as their javelins pierce his scaly side, he groans, he darts impetuous down the tide, and racked all over with lacerating pain, he flies remote beneath the flood in vain. So with resistless haste the wounded ship scuds from the chasing waves along the deep, while dashed apart by her dividing prow, like burning adamant the waters glow. Her joints forget their firm elastic tone, her long keel trembles, and her timbers groan. Upheaved behind her in tremendous height, the billows frown with fearful radiance bright. Now quivering o'er the topmost wave she rides, while deep beneath the enormous gulf divides. Now launching headlong down the horrid vale, she hears no more the roaring of the gale, till up the dreadful height again she flies, trembling beneath the current of the skies. As that rebellious angel, who from heaven to regions of eternal pain was driven, when dreadless he forsook the Stygian shore, the distant realms of Eden to explore. Here on sulphurous clouds sublime upheaved, with daring wing the infernal air he cleaved. There in some hideous gulf descending prone, far in the void abrupt of night was thrown. E'en so she climbs the briny mountain's height, then down the black abyss precipitates her flight. The mass, around whose tops the whirlwinds sing, with long vibration round her axles swing. To guide the wayward course amid the gloom, the watchful pilots different posts assume. Albert and Rodman on the poop appear, there to direct each guiding timoneer, while at the bow the watch Arion keeps, to shun the cruisers wandering o'er the deeps. Where'er he moves, Palemon still attends, as if on him his only hope depends, while Rodman, fearful of some neighboring shore, cries ever and anon, "Look out afore!" Thus o'er the flood 4 hours she scudding flew, when Falconera's rugged cliffs they view, faintly along the larboard bow descried, as o'er its mountain tops the lightnings glide. High o'er its summit, through the gloom of night, the glimmering watchtower cast a mournful light. In dire amazement riveted they stand, and hear the breakers lash the rugged strand. But scarce perceived when past the beam it flies, swift as the rapid eagle cleaves the skies. That danger past reflects a feeble joy, but soon returning fears their hope destroy. As in the Atlantic Ocean when we find some alp of ice driven southward by the wind. The sultry air all sickening pants around, in deluges of torrid ether drowned, till when the floating isle approaches nigh, in cooling tides the aerial billows fly. Awhile delivered from the scorching heat, in gentler tides our feverish pulses beat. Such transient pleasure as they pass this strand, a moment bade their throbbing hearts expand. The elusive meteors of a lifeless fire, too soon they kindle and too soon expire. End of section 13. Section 14 of The Shipwreck by William Falconer. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Phil Schempf. Canto 3rd, Part 3. Say, Memory, thou from whose unerring tongue instructive flows the animated song. What regions now the flying ship surround? Regions of old, through all the world renowned, that, once the poet's theme, the muse's boast, now lie in ruins, in oblivion lost. Did they, whose sad distress these lays deplore, unskilled in Grecian or in Roman lore, unconscious pass each famous circling shore? They did, for blasted in the barren shade, here all too soon the buds of science fade. Sad ocean's genius, in untimely hour, withers the bloom of every springing flower. Here fancy droops, while sullen clouds in storm the generous temper of the soul deform. Then, if among the wandering naval train one stripling, exiled from the Aeonian plain, had ere, entranced in fancy's soothing dream, approached to taste the sweet Castilian stream. Since those salubrious streams, with power divine, to purer sense the softened soul refine, sure he, amid unsocial mates immured, to learning lost, severer grief endured. If one this pain of living death possessed, it dwelt supreme, Arion, in thy breast, when with Palemon watching in the night, beneath pale Cynthia's melancholy light, you oft recounted those surrounding states, whose glory fame with brazen tongue relates. Immortal Athens first, in ruin spread, contiguous lies at Port Leono's head, great source of science, whose immortal name stands foremost in the glorious roll of fame. Here godlike Socrates and Plato shone, and firm to truth eternal honor won. The first in virtue's cause his life resigned, by heaven pronounced the wisest of mankind. The last proclaimed the spark of vital fire, the soul's fine essence never could expire. Here Solon dwelt, the philosophic sage that fled Pisistratus's vindictive rage. Just Aristides here maintained the cause, whose sacred precepts shine through Solon's laws. Of all of her towering structures, now alone some columns stand, with mantling weeds o'ergrown. The wandering stranger near the port descries a milk-white lion of stupendous size, of antique marble, hence the haven's name, unknown to modern natives whence it came. Next in the Gulf of Engia Corinth lies, whose gorgeous fabrics seem to strike the skies, whom though by tyrant victors oft subdued, Greece, Egypt, Rome with awful wonder viewed. Her name, for palaces' heavenly art renowned, spread like the foliage which her pillars crowned, but now in fatal desolation laid, oblivion o'er it draws a dismal shade. Then further westward, on Moria's land, fair Misitra, thy modern turrets stand. Ah, who, unmoved with secret woe, can tell that here great Lacedaemon's glory fell? Here once she flourished, at whose trumpet sound war burst his chains, and nations shook around. Here brave Leonidas, from shore to shore, through all Achaia bade her thunders roar. He, when imperial Xerxes from afar advanced with Persia's sumless hosts to war, then Macedonia shrunk beneath his spear, and Greece, dismayed, beheld the chief draw near. He, at Thermopylae's immortal plain, his force repelled with Sparta's glorious train. Tall Oeta saw the tyrant's conquered bands, in gasping millions, bleed on hostile lands. Thus vanquished Asia, trembling, heard thy name, and Thebes and Athens sicken at thy fame. Thy state, supported by Lycurgus' laws, gained like thine arms superlative applause. Even great Epaminondas strove in vain to curb thy spirit with the Theban chain. But ah, how low thy freeborn spirit now! Thy abject sons to haughty tyrants bow. A false, degenerate, superstitious race Invest thy region, and thy name disgrace. Not distant far Arcadia's blest domains, Peloponnesus' circling shore contains, Thrice happy soil, where still serenely gay Indulgent Flora breathe perpetual May, where buxom Ceres bade each fertile field Spontaneous gifts in rich profusion yield. Then with some rural nymph supremely blest, While transport glowed in each enamored breast, Each faithful shepherd told his tender pain, And sung of sylvan sports in artless strain, Soft as the happy swain's enchanting lay That pipes among the shades of Ender May. Now sad reverse, oppression's iron hand, Enslaves her natives, and despoils her land. In lawless rapine bred, a sanguine train, With midnight ravage scour the uncultured plain. Westward of these, beyond the isthmus, lies The long-sought isle of Ithacus the wise, Where fair Penelope her absent lord Full twice 10 years with faithful love deplored. Though many a princely heart her beauty won, She, guarded only by a stripling son, Each bold attempt of suitor kings repelled, And undefiled the nuptial contract held. With various arts to win her love they toiled, But all their wiles by virtuous fraud she foiled. True to her vows and resolutely chaste, The beauteous princess triumphed at the last. Argos, in Greece forgotten and unknown, Still seems her cruel fortune to bemoan. Argos, whose monarch led the Grecian hosts Across the Aegean main to Dardan coasts. Unhappy prince, who on a hostile shore Toil, peril, anguish, 10 long winters bore, And when to native realms restored at last, To reap the harvest of thy labors past, There found a perjured friend and faithless wife, Who sacrificed to impious lust thy life. Fast by Arcadia stretch these desert plains, And o'er the land a gloomy tyrant reigns. Next the fair isle of Helena is seen, Where adverse winds detain the Spartan queen, For whom, in arms combined, the Grecian host With vengeance fired, invaded Phrygia's coast. For whom so long they labored to destroy The lofty turrets of imperial Troy. Here, driven by Juno's rage, the hapless dame, Forlorn of heart, from ruined Ilion came. The port an image bears of Parian stone, Of ancient fabric, but of date unknown. Due east from this appears the immortal shore That sacred Phoebus and Diana bore. Delos, through all the Aegean seas renowned, Whose coasts the rocky Cyclades surround. By Phoebus honored and by Greece revered, Her hallowed groves even distant Persia feared. But now a silent, unfrequented land, No human footstep marks the trackless sand. Thence to the north, by Asia's western bound, Fair Lemnos stands, with rising marble crowned, Where in her rage avenging Juno hurled Ill-fated Vulcan from the ethereal world. There his eternal anvils first he reared, Then, forged by Cyclopean art, appeared. Thunders that shook the skies with dire alarms, And formed by skill divine immortal arms. Here, with the vilest of the imperial race, A wretch deformed, devoid of every grace, In wedlock lived the beauteous queen of love. Can such sensations heavenly bosoms move? Eastward of this appears the Dardan shore, That once the imperial towers of Ilium bore. Illustrious Troy, renowned in every clime, Through the long records of succeeding time, Who saw protecting gods from heaven descend, Full oft thy royal bulwarks to defend. Though chiefs unnumbered in her cause were slain, with fate the gods and heroes fought in vain. That refuge of perfidious Helen's shame, at midnight was involved in Grecian flame. And now, by Time's deep plowshare harrowed o'er, the seat of sacred Troy is found no more. No trace of her proud fabrics now remains, but corn and vines enrich her cultured plains. Silver Scamander laves the verdant shore, Scamander oft o'erflowed with hostile gore. Not far removed from Ilion's famous land, in counter view appears the Thracian strand, where beauteous Hero from the turret's height displayed her cresset each revolving night, whose gleam directed loved Leander o'er the rolling Hellespont to Asia's shore, till in a fated hour on Thracia's coast she saw her lover's lifeless body tossed, then felt her bosom agony severe, her eyes sad gazing poured the incessant tear. O'erwhelmed with anguish, frantic with despair, she beat her beauteous breast and tore her hair. On dear Leander's name in vain she cried, then headlong plunged into the parting tide. The parting tide received the lovely weight, and proudly flowed, exulting in its freight. Far west of Thrace, beyond the Aegean main, remote from ocean lies the Delphic plain. The sacred oracle of Phoebus there, high o'er the mount arose, divinely fair. Achaean marble formed the gorgeous pile, august the fabric, elegant its style. On brazen hinges turned the silver doors, and checkered marble paved the polished floors. The roof, where storied tablature appeared, on columns of Corinthian mould was reared. Of shining porphyry the shafts were framed, and round the hollow dome bright jewels flamed. Apollo's priests before the holy shrine suppliant poured forth their orisons divine. To front the sun's declining ray 'twas placed, with golden harps and branching laurels graced. Around the fane, engraved by Vulcan's hand, the sciences and arts were seen to stand. Here Aesculapius' snake displayed his crest, and burning glories sparkled on his breast, while from his eyes insufferable light, disease and death recoiled in headlong flight. Of this great temple, through all time renowned, sunk in oblivion, no remains are found. Contiguous here, with hallowed woods o'erspread, Parnassus lifts to heaven its honored head. There roses blossom in eternal spring, and strange celestial feathered warblers sing. Apollo here bestows the unfading wreath, here zephyrs aromatic odors breathe. They o'er Castilian plains diffuse perfume, where round the scene perennial laurels bloom. Fair daughters of the sun, the sacred nine, here wake to ecstasy their songs divine, or bid the Paphian lute mellifluous play, and tune to plaintive love the liquid lay. Their numbers every mental storm control, and lull to harmony the afflicted soul. With heavenly balm the tortured breast compose, and soothe the agony of latent woes. The verdant shades that Helicon surround, on rosy gales seraphic tunes resound. Perpetual summers crown the happy hours, sweet as the breath that fans Elysian flowers. Here pleasures dance in an endless round, and love and joy ineffable abound. End of section 14. Section 15 of The Shipwreck by William Falconer. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Phil Schampf. Canto 3rd, Part 4. Stop, wandering thought! Methinks I feel their strains diffuse delicious languor through my veins. Adieu, ye flowery vales and fragrant scenes, delightful bowers and ever vernal greens. Adieu, ye streams, that o'er enchanted ground In lucid maze the Aeonian hills surround. Ye fairy scenes, where fancy loves to dwell, And young delight, forever, oh, farewell! The soul with tender luxury you fill, And o'er the sense Lethean dews distil. Awake, O memory, from the inglorious dream, With brazen lungs resume the kindling theme. Collect thy powers, arouse thy vital fire, Ye spirits of the storm, my verse inspire. Hoarse as the whirlwinds that enrage the main, In torrent pour along the swelling strain. Now through the parting wave impetuous bore, The scudding vessel stem the Athenian shore. The pilots, as the waves behind her swell, Still with the wheeling stern their force repel. For this assault should either quarter feel, Again to flank the tempest she might reel. The steersman every bidden turn apply, To right and left the spokes alternate fly. Thus, when some conquered host retreats in fear, The bravest leaders guard the broken rear. Indignant they retire, and long oppose Superior armies that around them close. Still shield the flanks, the routed squadrons join, And guide the flight in one continued line. Thus they direct the flying bark before The impelling floods that lash her to the shore. High o'er the poop the audacious seas aspire, Uprolled in hills of fluctuating fire. With laboring throes she rolls on either side, And dips her gunwales in the yawning tide. Her joints unhinged in palsy languors play, As ice flakes part beneath the noontide ray. The gale howls doleful through the blocks and shrouds, And big rain pours a deluge from the clouds. From wintry magazines that sweep the sky, Descending globes of hail impetuous fly. High on the masts, with pale and livid rays, Amid the gloom portentous meteors blaze. The ethereal dome, in mournful pomp arrayed, Now buried lies beneath impervious shade. Now, flashing round intolerable light, Redoubles all the horror of the night. Such terror Sinai's trembling hill o'erspread, When heaven's loud trumpet sounded o'er its head. It seemed the wrathful angel of the wind Had all the horrors of the skies combined, And here to one ill-fated ship opposed, At once the dreadful magazine disclosed. And lo, tremendous o'er the deep he springs, The inflaming sulphur flashing from his wings. Hark! his strong voice the dismal silence breaks, Mad chaos from the chains of death awakes. Loud and more loud the rolling peals enlarge, And blue on deck the fiery tides discharge. There, all aghast, the shivering wretches stood, While chill suspense and fear congealed their blood. Wide bursts in dazzling sheets the living flame, And dread concussion rends the ethereal frame. Sick earth, convulsive, groans from shore to shore, And nature, shuddering, feels the horrid roar. Still the sad prospect rises on my sight, Revealed in all its mournful shade and light. Even now my ear with quick vibration feels The explosion burst in strong rebounding peals. Swift through my pulses glides the kindling fire, As lightning glances on the electric wire. Yet ah! the languid colors vainly strive To bid the scene in native hues revive. But lo, at last, from tenfold darkness born, Forth issues o'er the wave the weeping morn. Hail, sacred vision, who on orient wings The cheering dawn of light propitious brings. All nature, smiling, hailed the vivid ray that gave her beauties to returning day, all but our ship, which groaning on the tide, no kind relief, no gleam of hope descried. For now in front her trembling inmates see the hills of Greece emerging on the lee. So the lost lover views that fatal morn, on which, forever from his bosom torn, the maid adorned resigns her blooming charms, to bless with love some happier rival's arms. So to Eliza dawned that cruel day, that tore Aeneas from her sight away, that saw him parting never to return, herself in funeral flames decreed to burn. O yet in clouds, thou genial source of light, conceal thy radiant glories from our sight. Go, with thy smile adorn the happy plain, and gild the scenes where health and pleasure reign. But let not here, in scorn thy wanton beam, insult the dreadful grandeur of my theme. While shoreward now the bounding vessel flies, full in her van St. George's cliffs arise. High o'er the rest a pointed crag is seen, that hung projecting o'er a mossy green. Huge breakers on the larboard bow appear, and full ahead its eastern ledges bear. To steer more eastward Albert still commands, and shun if possible the fatal strands. Nearer and nearer now the danger grows, and all their skill relentless fates oppose. For while more eastward they direct the prow, enormous waves the quivering deck o'erflow, while as she wheels, unable to subdue her sallies, still they dread her broaching to. Alarming thought, for now no more a lee her trembling side could bear the invading sea. And if pursuing waves she scuds before, headlong she runs upon the frightful shore. A shore where shelves and hidden rocks abound, where death in secret ambush lurks around. Not half so dreadful to Aeneas's eyes, the straits of Sicily were seen to rise, when Palinurus from the helm descried the rocks of Scylla on his eastern side, while in the west, with hideous yawn disclosed, his onward path Charybdis' gulf opposed. The double danger he alternate viewed, and cautiously his arduous track pursued. Thus while to right and left destruction lies, between the extremes the daring vessel flies. With terrible eruption bursting o'er the marble cliffs, tremendous surges roar, hoarse through each winding creek the tempest raves, and hollow rocks repeat the groan of waves. Should once the bottom strike this cruel shore, the parting ship that instant is no more. Nor she alone, but with her all the crew, beyond relief, are doomed to perish too. But haply she escapes the dreadful strand, though scarce 10 fathoms distant from the land. Swift as the weapon quits the Scythian bow, she cleaves the burning billows with her prow, and forward hurrying with impetuous haste, borne on the tempest's wings the isle she passed. With longing eyes and agony of mind, the sailors view this refuge left behind, happy to bribe with India's richest ore a safe accession to that barren shore. When in the dark Peruvian mine confined, lost to the cheerful commerce of mankind, the groaning captive wastes his life away, forever exiled from the realms of day. Not half such pangs his bosom agonize, when up to distant light he rolls his eyes, where the broad sun in his diurnal way imparts to all beside his vivid ray, while all forlorn the victim pines in vain for scenes he never shall possess again. End of section 15. Section 16 of The Shipwreck by William Falconer. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Phil Shempf. Canto 3rd, Part 5. But now Athenian mountains they descry, and o'er the surge Colonna frowns on high, where marble columns, long by time defaced, moss-covered, on the lofty cape are placed. They are reared by fair devotion to sustain in elder times Tritonia's sacred fane. The circling beach in murderous form appears, decisive goal of all their hopes and fears. The seamen now in wild amazement see the scene of ruin rise beneath the lee. Swift from their minds elapsed all dangers past, as dumb with terror they behold the last. And now, while winged with ruin from on high, through the rent cloud the ragged lightnings fly. A flash, quick glancing on the nerves of light, struck the pale helmsman with eternal night. Rodman, who heard a piteous groan behind, touched with compassion, gazed upon the blind. And, while around his sad companions crowd, he guides the unhappy victim to the shroud. "Hie thee aloft, my gallant friend," he cries, "thy only succor on the mast relies." The helm, bereft of half its vital force, now scarce subdued the wild unbridled course. Quick to the abandoned wheel Arion came, the ship's tempestuous sallies to reclaim. The vessel, while the dread event draws nigh, seems more impatient o'er the waves to fly. Fate spurs her on, thus issuing from afar, advances to the sun some blazing star, and as it feels the attraction's kindling force, springs onward with accelerated course. The moment fraught with fate approaches fast, while thronging sailors climb each quivering mast. The ship no longer now must stem the land, and "Hard a starboard" is the last command. While every suppliant voice to heaven applies, the prow swift wheeling to the westward flies. 12 sailors on the foremast who depend, high on the platform of the top ascend. Fatal retreat, for while the plunging prow emerges headlong in the wave below, down pressed by watery weight the bowsprit bends, and from above the stem deep crashing rends. Beneath her bow the floating ruins lie, the foremast totters unsustained on high. And now the ship, forelifted by the sea, hurls the tall fabric backward o'er her lee, while in the general wreck the faithful stay drags the main topmast by the cap away. Flung from the mast, the seamen strive in vain through hostile floods their vessel to regain. Weak hope, alas, they buffet long the wave, and grasp at life though sinking in the grave. Till all exhausted and bereft of strength, o'erpowered they yield to cruel fate at length. The burying waters close around their head, they sink, forever numbered with the dead. Those who remain the weather shrouds embrace, no longer mourn their lost companion's case. Transfixed with terror at the approaching doom, self-pity in their breasts alone has room. Albert and Rodman and Palemon near, with young Arion on the mast appear. Even they, amid the unspeakable distress, in every look distracting thoughts confess. In every vein the refulent blood congeals, and every bosom mortal terror feels. Begirt with all the horror of the main, they viewed the adjacent shore, but viewed in vain. Such torments in the drear abodes of hell, where sad despair laments with rueful yell. Such torments agonize the damned breast, while fancy views the mansions of the blest. For heaven's sweet help their suppliant cries implore, but heaven relentless deigns to help no more. It comes, the dire catastrophe draws near, lashed furious on by destiny severe. The ship hangs hovering on the verge of death. Hell yawns, rocks rise, and breakers roar beneath. In vain, alas, the sacred shades of yore would arm the mind with philosophic lore. In vain they'd teach us at the latest breath to smile serene amid the pangs of death. Even Zeno's self, and Epictetus old, this fell abyss had shuddered to behold. Had Socrates, for godlike virtue famed, and wisest of the sons of man proclaimed, beheld the scenes of frenzy and distress, his soul had trembled to its last recess. O yet confirm my heart, ye powers above, this last tremendous shock of fate to prove. The tottering frame of reason yet sustain, nor let this total ruin whirl my brain. In vain the cords and axes were prepared, for every wave now smites the quivering yard. High o'er the ship they throw a dreadful shade, then on her burst in terrible cascade. Across the foundered deck o'erwhelming roar, and foaming swelling bound upon the shore. Swift up the mountain billow now she flies, her shattered top half buried in the skies. Borne o'er a latent reef the hull impends, then thundering on the marble crags descends. Her ponderous bulk the dire concussion feels, and o'er upheaving surges wounded reels. Again she plunges, hark, a second shock, bilges the splitting vessel on the rock. Down on the vale of death, with dismal cries, the fated victims shuddering cast their eyes in wild despair, while yet another stroke with strong convulsion rends the solid oak. Ah, heaven! Behold her crashing ribs divide, she loosens, parts, and spreads in ruin o'er the tide. Oh, were it mine with sacred Merrow's art to wake to sympathy the feeling heart, like him the smooth and mournful verse to dress, in all the pomp of exquisite distress, then too severely taught by cruel fate, to share in all the perils I relate. Then might I with unrivalled strains deplore the impervious horrors of a leeward shore. As o'er the surf the bending mainmast hung, still on the rigging 30 seamen clung. Some struggling on a broken crag were cast, and there by oozy tangles grappled fast. Awhile they bore the o'erwhelming billows' rage, unequal combat with their fate to wage, till all benumbed and feeble they forego their slippery hold, and sink to shades below. Some from the main yard arm impetuous thrown, on marble ridges die without a groan. 3 with Palemen on their skill depend, and from the wreck on oars and rafts descend. Now on the mountain wave on high they ride, then downward plunge beneath the involving tide, till one who seems in agony to strive, the whirling breakers heave on shore alive. The rest a speedier end of anguish knew, and press the stony beach a lifeless crew. Next, O unhappy chief, the eternal doom of heaven decree thee to the briny tomb. What scenes of misery torment thy view, what painful struggles of thy dying crew! Thy perished hopes all buried in the flood, o'erspread with corses red with human blood. So pierced with anguish hoary Priam gazed, when Troy imperial domes in ruin blazed. While he, severest sorrow doomed to feel, expired beneath the victor's murdering steel. Thus with his helpless partners to the last sad refuge Albert grasps the floating mast. His soul could yet sustain this mortal blow, but droops, alas, beneath superior woe. For now strong nature's sympathetic chain tugs at his yearning heart with powerful strain. His faithful wife, forever doomed to mourn for him, alas, who never shall return, to black adversity's approach exposed, with want and hardships unforeseen and closed. His lovely daughter left without a friend, her innocence to succor and defend, by youth and indigence set forth a prey to lawless guilt that flatters to betray. While these reflections rack his feeling mind, Rodman, who hung beside, his grasp resigned, and as the tumbling waves o'er him rolled, his outstretched arms the master's legs enfold. Sad Albert feels the dissolution near, and strives in vain his fettered limbs to clear, for death bids every clenching joint adhere. All faint to heaven he throws his dying eyes, and, "Oh, protect my wife and child," he cries. The gushing streams roll back the unfinished sound. He gasps, and sinks amid the vast profound. 5 only left of all the shipwrecked throng, yet ride the mass which shoreward drives along. With these Arion still his hold secures, and all the assaults of hostile wave endures. O'er the dire prospect, as for life he strives, he looks if poor Palemon yet survives. Ah, wherefore, trusting to unequal art, didst thou, incautious, from the wreck depart? Alas, these rocks all human skill defy, who strikes them once beyond relief must die. And now, sore wounded, thou perhaps art tossed on these, or in some oozy cavern lost. Thus thought Arion, anxious gazing round. In vain his eyes no more Palemon found. The demons of destruction hover nigh, and thick their mortal shafts commissioned fly. When now a breaking surge, with forceful sway, 2 next Arion furious tears away. Hurled on the crags, behold they gasp, they bleed, and groaning cling upon the elusive weed. Another billow bursts in boundless roar. Arion sinks, and memory views no more. Ah! Total night and horror here preside. My stunned ear tingles to the whizzing tide. It is the funeral knell, and gliding near, methinks the phantoms of the dead appear. But lo, emerging from the watery grave, again they float incumbent on the wave. Again the dismal prospect opens round, the wreck, the shore, the dying and the drowned. And see, enfeebled by repeated shocks, those 2 who scramble on the adjacent rocks, their faithless hold no longer can retain. They sink o'erwhelmed, and never rise again. 2 with Arion yet the mast upbore, that now above the ridges reach the shore. Still trembling to descend, they downward gaze, with horror pale and torpid with amaze. The floods recoil, the ground appears below, and life's faint embers now rekindling glow. Awhile they wait, the exhausted waves retreat, then climb slow up the beach with hands and feet. O heaven, delivered by whose sovereign hand, still on destruction's brink they shuddering stand. Receive the languid incense they bestow, that damp with death appears not yet to glow. To thee each soul the warm oblation pays, with trembling ardor of unequal praise. In every heart dismay with wonder strives, and hope the sickened spark of life revives. Her magic powers their exiled health restore, till horror and despair are felt no more. Roused by the blustering tempest of the night, a troop of Grecians mount Colonna's height. When gazing down with horror on the flood, full to their view the scene of ruin stood. The surf with mangled bodies strewed around, and those yet breathing on the sea-washed ground, though lost to science and the nobler arts, yet nature's lore informed their feeling hearts. Straight down the vale with hastening steps they hide, the unhappy sufferers to assist and guide. Meanwhile those three escaped beneath explore the first adventurous youth who reached the shore. Panting, with eyes averted from the day, prone, helpless, on the tangly beach he lay. It is Palemon! Oh, what tumults roll with hope and terror in Arion's soul! If yet unhurt, he lives again to view his friend and this sole remnant of our crew, with us to travel through this foreign zone and share the future, good or ill unknown. Arion thus, but ah, sad doom of fate, that bleeding memory sorrows to relate. While yet afloat on some resisting rock, his ribs were dashed and fractured with the shock. Heart-piercing sight, those cheeks so late arrayed in beauty's bloom are pale with mortal shade. Distilling blood his lovely breast o'erspread, and clogged the golden tresses of his head. Nor yet the lungs by this pernicious stroke were wounded or the vocal organs broke. Down from his neck, with blazing gems arrayed, thy image, lovely Anna, hung portrayed. The unconscious figure, smiling all serene, suspended in the golden chain was seen. Hadst thou, soft maiden, in this hour of woe, beheld him writhing from the deadly blow, what force of art, what language could express thine agony, thine exquisite distress? But thou, alas, art doomed to weep in vain, for him thine eyes shall never see again. With dumb amazement pale Arion gazed, and cautiously the wounded youth upraised. Palemon then, with cruel pangs oppressed, in faltering accents thus his friend addressed: O, rescued from destruction late so nigh, beneath whose fatal influence doomed I lie, are we then, exiled to this last retreat of life, unhappy, thus decreed to meet? Ah, how unlike what yester morn enjoyed, enchanting hopes forever now destroyed! For wounded far beyond all healing power, Palemon dies, and this his final hour. By those fell breakers, where in vain I strove, at once cut off from fortune, life, and love. Far other scenes must soon present my sight, that lie deep buried yet in tenfold night. Ah, wretched father of a wretched son, whom thy paternal prudence has undone! How will remembrance of this blinded care bend down thy head with anguish and despair! Such dire effects from avarice arise, that deaf to nature's voice, and vainly wise, with force severe endeavors to control the noblest passions that inspire the soul. But, O thou sacred power, whose law connects the eternal chain of causes and effects, let not thy chastening ministers of rage afflict with sharp remorse his feeble age. And you, Arion, who with these the last of all our crew survived the shipwreck past, ah, cease to mourn, those friendly tears restrain, nor give my dying moments keener pain, since heaven may soon thy wandering steps restore, when parted hence to England's distant shore. Shouldst thou, the unwilling messenger of fate, to him the tragic story first relate, O, friendship's generous ardor then suppress, nor hint the fatal cause of my distress. Nor let each horrid incident sustain the lengthened tale to aggravate his pain. Ah, then remember well my last request, for her who reigns forever in my breast. Yet let him prove a father and a friend, the helpless maid to succor and defend. Say, I this suit implore with parting breath, so heaven befriend him at his hour of death. But oh, to lovely Anna shouldst thou tell what dire untimely end thy friend befell, draw o'er the dismal scene soft pity's veil, and lightly touch the lamentable tale. Say that my love, inviolably true, no change, no diminution ever knew. Lo, her bright image pendant on my neck is all Palemon rescued from the wreck. Take it, and say, when panting in the wave, I struggled life, and this alone to save. My soul, that fluttering hastens to be free, would yet a train of thoughts impart to thee, but strives in vain. The chilling ice of death congeals my blood, and chokes the stream of breath. Resigned, she quits her comfortless abode, to course that long, unknown, eternal road. O sacred source of ever-living light, conduct the weary wanderer in her flight. Direct her onward to that peaceful shore, where peril, pain, and death are felt no more. When thou some tale of hapless love shall hear, that steals from pity's eye the melting tear, of two chaste hearts, by mutual passion joined, to absence, sorrow, and despair consigned. Oh, then, to swell the tides of social woe, that heal the afflicted bosom they o'erflow, when memory dictates, this sad shipwreck tell, and what distress thy wretched friend befell. Then while, in streams of soft compassion drowned, the swains lament, and maidens weep around, while lisping children, touched with infant fear, with wonder gaze, and drop the unconscious tear. Oh, then this moral bid their souls retain, all thoughts of happiness on earth are vain. The last faint accents tremble on his tongue, that now inactive to the palate clung. His bosom heaves a mortal groan, he dies, and shades eternal sink upon his eyes. As thus defaced in death Palemon lay, Arion gazed upon the lifeless clay. Transfixed he stood, with awful terror filled, while down his cheek the silent drops distilled. O ill-starred votary of unspotted truth, untimely perished in the bloom of youth! Should e'er thy friend arrive on Albion's land, he will obey, though painful thy command. His tongue the dreadful story shall display, and all the horrors of this dismal day. Disastrous day! What ruin hast thou bred! What anguish to the living and the dead! How hast thou left the widow all forlorn, and ever doomed the orphan child to mourn! Through life's sad journey, hopeless to complain, can sacred justice these events ordain? But, O my soul, avoid that wondrous maze, where reason, lost in endless error, strays. As through this thorny vale of life we run, great cause of all effects, thy will be done. Now had the Grecians on the beach arrived, to aid the helpless few who yet survived. While passing, they behold the waves o'erspread, with shattered rafts and corses of the dead. 3 still alive, benumbed and faint they find, in mournful silence on the rock reclined. The generous natives, moved with social pain, the feeble strangers in their arms sustain, with pitying sighs their hapless lot deplore, and lead them trembling from the fatal shore. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Shipwreck by William Falconer. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Phil Schempf. Occasional Elegy. The scene of death is closed. The mournful strains dissolve in dying languor on the ear. Yet pity weeps, yet sympathy complains, and dumb suspense awaits, o'erwhelmed with fear. But the sad muses with prophetic eye at once the future and the past explore. Their harps oblivion's influence can defy, and waft the spirit to the eternal shore. Then, O Palaemon, if thy shade can hear the voice of friendship still lament thy doom, yet to the sad oblations bend thine ear, that rise in vocal incense o'er thy tomb. In vain, alas, the gentle maid shall weep, while secret anguish nips her vital bloom. O'er her soft frame shall stern diseases creep, and give the lovely victim to the tomb. Relentless frenzy shall the father sting, untaught in virtue's school distress to bear. Severe remorse his tortured soul shall wring, 'tis his to groan and perish in despair. Ye lost companions of distress, adieu! Your toils and pains and dangers are no more. The tempest now shall howl unheard by you, while ocean smites in vain the trembling shore. On you the blast, surcharged with rain and snow, in winter's dismal nights no more shall beat. Unfelt by you, the vertic sun may glow, and scorch the panting earth with baneful heat. From young Arion first the news received, with terror pale unhappy Anna read. With inconsolable distress she grieved, and from her cheek the rose of beauty fled. In vain, alas, the gentle virgin wept, corrosive anguish nipped her vital bloom. O'er her soft frame diseases sternly crept, and gave the lovely victim to the tomb. A longer date of woe the widowed wife her lamentable lot afflicted bore. Yet both were rescued from the chains of life before Arion reached his native shore. The father unrelenting frenzy stung, untaught in virtue's school distress to bear. Severe remorse his tortured bosom wrung, he languished, groaned, and perished in despair. No more the joyful maid with sprightly strain shall wake the dance to give you welcome home, nor hopeless love impart undying pain, when far from scenes of social joy you roam. No more on yon wide watery waste you stray, while hunger and disease your life consume, while parching thirst, that burns without allay, forbids the blasted rose of health to bloom. No more you feel contagion's mortal breath, that taints the realms with misery severe. No more behold pale famine, scattering death, with cruel ravage desolate the year. The thundering drum, the trumpet's swelling strain, unheard, shall form the long embattled line. Unheard, the deep foundations of the main shall tremble when the hostile squadrons join. Since grief, fatigue, and hazard still molest the wandering vassals of the faithless deep, oh, happier now escape to endless rest than we who still survive to wake and weep. What though no funeral pomp, no borrowed tear, your hour of death to gazing crowds shall tell, nor weeping friends attend your sable bier, who sadly listen to the passing bell. The tutored sigh, the vain parade of woe, no real anguish to the soul impart, and oft, alas, the tear that friends bestow belies the latent feelings of the heart. What though no sculptured pile your name displays, like those who perish in their country's cause? What though no epic muse in living lays records your dreadful daring with applause? Full oft the flattering marble bids renown, with blazoned trophies deck the spotted name, and oft, too oft, the venal muses crown the slaves of vice with never-dying fame. Yet shall remembrance from oblivion's veil relieve your scene and sigh with grief sincere, and soft compassion at your tragic tale in silent tribute pay her kindred tear. End of section 17. End of the Shipwreck by William Falconer.